You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
40 degrees right now. Going to get up into the low 50s, although it will be cloudy. It looks like the rain from yesterday has pushed on through.
All right.
And now your completely appropriate parade day forecast.
What do you got?
53 and cloudy.
Oh, this is nice.
Bro, this is going to be beautiful
Irish
tomorrow.
weather.
It is. No, it's exactly the
Good Irish weather.
53 and cloudy should be an Irish band's name, an Irish bar band name.
Oh, yeah.
I don't hate it.
53 and cloudy.
Look, I'll straight up tell you, man, if it was 53 and cloudy every day for the rest of my life, I'd be the happiest person on the planet.
That's pretty what Ireland is every day.
It is pretty what Ireland is every day. So as we talk about St. Patrick's Day, I mean, you got so much stuff going on this weekend with the parade. Tomorrow kicks off at 12:30 downtown. You got bars running specials all Saturday. And then on Sunday with the actual holiday, you have like the Irish restaurants and bars that are doing all kinds of Irish stuff with, you know, music and dancers and festivals. And most importantly, the corned beef and cabbage. And I love corned beef and cabbage.
You are in. Yes, I know.
It's my favorite food of all time. If I'm on death row, I'm eating corned beef and cabbage. And what bothers me right now,
What's that?
you can only go to a restaurant and get corned beef and cabbage around Parade Day and on St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah.
And for the life of me, I cannot figure out why.
Most people don't want to go out for boiled poor people food.
Okay.
Like, that's not something I
So
strive for when I go out
I'm
and
sorry.
dine.
Would you say Pittsford boiled poor people food? You're going to get your head chopped off. That's going to happen.
And they'll probably boil it and eat it.
by the way, a lot of diners have that on their menu.
Okay, no.
Because
All
my
the time?
husband has found that before.
Diners have corned beef and cabbage, or they have corned beef?
I always
On
thought it was
their
corned beef
regular
and
menu,
cabbage.
like year-round?
Okay, so that I've never seen before, because
No.
there's different versions of corned beef. I'm
Okay,
talking,
then maybe I'm thinking of something else, but I feel like my husband's ordered it before.
Okay, let's put a pin in that because
Okay.
we'll loop back around it. Now, my wife, who somehow, despite being a Jamaican woman, makes the best corned beef and cabbage I've ever had in my life.
Well, she's a great cook.
She is. She's gonna make it on Sunday, and I can't even speak. I'm so excited about it, right? And she's gonna make so much that I'm gonna be able to eat it 3 separate times throughout the day. Once is the actual meal, then the pick-and meal a couple hours later, then the sandwich meal.
And then the
couple hours
wee
after.
pickings meal.
But corned beef and cabbage,
Yeah.
and I'm being sincere when I say this, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, is the perfect restaurant food for the situation America is in right now.
What are we on?
Well, we talked yesterday about how people are eating out more due to lack of time at home.
Yeah.
And how expensive that is getting, right? We told you yesterday around 625 that the average American person is spending $200 a month just eating out. And later in the show, we told you that 8 in 10 Americans say they should be able to order off the kids' menu at a restaurant to save money.
All right.
You don't get a cheaper meal.
No. That's why it's poor people food.
That's what I mean. It's cabbage, potatoes, and carrots. Those cost nothing. Corned beef is like the cheapest cut of meat you can buy.
That's why you have to boil it to eat it.
Okay. You just boil. It doesn't take time. I mean, it takes time, but it doesn't take a lot of effort. It doesn't cost a lot of money. It's an economical meal that a lot of folks don't want to cook at home because of how long it takes to cook.
But nobody gets excited about cabbage. It is the least interesting of all the lettuces.
Did you hear what you just said?
Like, if I go, oh my God, man, I went out for cabbage.
I love cabbage. I would eat cabbage every day.
Again,
Coleslaw?
coleslaw, but you got to add everything to it. Like, coleslaw only works because there's probably a pint of mayonnaise in it.
No, but wait a minute.
And
What?
onions and carrots and
What?
everything else.
Coleslaw only is good if it's like on something or with something.
Right.
Okay,
I never,
no, that's a lie. No,
I've
you
never
I've
can't-
never
just-
sat
I've
down
never
for
just-
a plate
yeah.
of coleslaw.
Yeah.
eat coleslaw on the side. It's a side dish.
It is. Yeah, that's
you
what-
might have a few bites of it,
No,
but it's
everybody
not
eats
like
coleslaw as a side dish.
But I
What do you-
couldn't. I could not eat it as a standalone thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
By the
with
way,
ya.
what other lettuce do you eat straight up? Every lettuce you
But
put.
it's a worse lettuce because it's not even really. I don't think it's actually a lettuce.
Yeah, it's called cabbage.
Yeah.
Okay,
It
let's
kind
go
of
with
looks
this.
like, but I'm just, and it gives you, it doesn't taste good,
It tastes delicious.
and you rip ass all day with it.
Do you also like Brussels sprouts?
Because that's just
so
a
does
mini
my
cabbage.
I don't get it. Like that was food I was like forced to eat as a kid. My husband loves it all.
So fun fact, and this is a true thing. You can look it up. From between when we were kids and right now, they got in and they changed the taste scientifically of Brussels
No
sprouts. the
way.
they
It
grow
still
them.
smells the same.
Hand to God, you can look it up yourself. They have genetically engineered Brussels sprouts
They
to
had
taste
to.
better. Yes,
Nobody
but-
wanted them.
So yes, I agree with you. Back in the day, Brussels sprouts were terrible. The new Brussels sprouts are delicious. But look, man, It's economical.
Yeah, it is.
If you want to go out and have a meal, which, by the way, you're going to get full on because that food fills you up fast, corned beef and cabbage is the perfect example.
Oh, no
and
way.
if it were offered on a regular basis at restaurants, I would eat it once a week minimum. Minimum.
All right.
You wouldn't?
No. I don't even. I never got it. I don't like boiled meat.
Okay. You wouldn't eat the cabbage, potatoes, and vegetables? That's right up
Yeah,
your alley. Because you're a bitch.
Oh,
You're
no.
a big old
Wait.
bitch.
I should eat the meal you like.
Oh, I just want the leafy veggie part. I like the leafy veggies. I'm an Italian gardener. I like the leafy veggies. I'm Luigi. It's me, Mario.
It just is like there's so many great foods out there.
Yes.
And Ireland's got none of them.
Okay, shut up.
They just don't, man. Like there's no Irish aisle in the grocery store. There's no Irish section.
What are you talking about? The whole store this weekend is going to be Irish aisle.
Yeah,
There's gonna be
if you count the beer section, yeah.
There's going to be a whole case of corned beef, cabbage, all the sides that are going to be right up front in the store.
Here's what the problem with your whole culture.
Can you tell me what the problem with my culture is?
Y'all drink,
Yeah.
but you're also goddamn sad, and your food's sad. And then they've convinced you that this dank island that everybody flies over is the place to hang.
Is that what it is? Is that what it is? Well, maybe it's possible.
Y'all don't even like each other that much.
What are you talking about? I don't like you. You ain't Irish. And look, I love Italians like you that try to crap all over Irish heritage because it's always the Italians. It's always the Italians. My grandpa was right. Maybe the Irish were working so hard every day that we didn't have time to develop foods like you lazy ass Italians sitting around. Oh, I'll do it tomorrow and then the day after. I don't know. It's okay.
So you're saying you have really good craftsmanship. You're hard workers.
Well, we Irish are hard workers.
Oh yeah, great job on that Titanic.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Hey, good Irish hands built that mighty ship. Should never sink. Look at them rivets they put in my Irish hands. You gotta keep them rivets tight, laddie.
Bro, we're gonna have a straight
Where'd the boat go?
We're gonna have a straight up war, Irish-Italian war.
Where that damn boat? She ain't coming back. What you saying?
252 WCMF 252-9263. With St. Patrick's Day this weekend, the parade tomorrow, you're going to see corned beef and cabbage offered on menus at restaurants across the greater Rochester area. But it will only be this weekend, and it doesn't make sense because people like corned beef and cabbage. It is a super affordable meal, one of the cheapest that you can make. And why it's not on the menu on a regular basis is mind-blowing.
I don't even think it's on the regular menus at Irish restaurants.
No, it is. I know
it's gotta be.
Yeah, no, there are places you can go in town and get on a regular basis, but they're few and far between, and they're super Irish places. And they even do it on like rare occasions. It's not. Yeah, you're right. It's not on the regular menu. But to Kimmy's point that she made earlier with her husband, it's not like we don't have corned beef in other places.
Wait, what?
A Reuben is still a wildly popular sandwich.
Isn't that pastrami?
No, that's corned beef.
All right.
Okay. Irish Benedict. Have you heard of this?
No, what the hell's that?
Irish Benedict is corned beef over poached eggs.
Oh, so it's an eggs Benedict, but you put the
corned beef over the top of it. That is now on every diner menu in the greater Rochester area.
It's called an Irish what?
It's called Irish Benedict.
All right.
And then corned beef hash has made a wild breakfast comeback. Every restaurant.
That one I never got.
I love corned beef hash.
My old brother-in-law loved that stuff.
I could eat it straight out of the can cold, man.
Wait. You like corned beef in a can?
I love corned beef in a can.
Why didn't you tell me?
Why?
Jesus, all this time.
What?
I just got into the canned meat game.
Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, got my permits and everything.
Yeah.
Malik Evans just cut the ribbon.
I love how you have tied the mirror to every one of these that you do, but where can I find this?
So I just opened up in the men's room.
Really? What's it called?
It's called, Uncle Tommy's a wee can in the meat into your mouth.
Got that? There's that
Sauce.
There's that hard work in Italian. Why did you go Louisiana at the end? Sauce.
Well, there was some Irish influence probably in Louisiana.
Good golly, Miss Molly. I'm from Dublin. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Matt. Hey, Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Morning, guys. How is brisket or corned beef poor people food when it's just a cut off of a brisket? I'll smoke a brisket for 13 hours, and you guys will bring me over cases of beer to have a slice, but you want to call it corned beef brisket? It's just cooked different, dude. It's still a good piece of meat.
No, I know. I'm not saying it's not a good piece of meat.
If you had to explain the meat to me, it sucks.
Poor people food.
No, well, it's traditionally one of the less expensive cuts of meat, the way that they make the corned beef, because, I mean, traditionally, you didn't really have to...
Tip, yeah.
What's that?
Between the flat and the point, yeah.
Yeah,
I
okay.
suppose.
Called the show, man.
And then Brussels sprouts. I hate Brussels sprouts, except my wife does them with olive oil, baked in a pan, covered with bacon. Delicious.
Okay, that's great, Matt. Thank you for all of your meat and Brussels sprouts steaks, buddy. We really appreciate it.
How fat do you think that dude is?
I don't care, because if he likes corned beef,
That's
I'm
a 300-pound man.
Okay.
When he has smoking tips on brisket, that's a fat boy.
No, I think most men have brisket smoking tips.
I don't know. When I cut
Yeah,
meat.
you're a bitch. The only thing you smoke, or I can't even finish it because I'm going to get dumb.
What would I smoke?
You would smoke fennel. That's what you would smoke because you a bitch. Does your husband like corned beef and cabbage, Kimmy?
Loves it.
Okay.
Loves it.
Do you guys want to come over on Sunday?
Maybe.
Are you going to make it for him?
We usually go out and get it. If
Okay,
he gets
never
it,
mind.
he'll order it from somewhere.
Do you see how scared she got because she doesn't want to come to my house?
No,
You want to come over
I
Sunday?
might have to work. I don't know yet.
Maybe I want to go. I don't know.
You want to come over for ass meat?
What, your mom's going to be there?
To be honest, like I would pass on that. It's just not my thing.
You don't eat corned beef and cabbage?
No.
No, because she has taste buds.
No, I didn't grow up on it. It just wasn't. It was something new to me later in life, and I was like, oh, I don't get it. I think maybe if you grew up on it, you have a different
You were
love
poor.
of it.
It has nothing to do with being poor. Granted, the food...
No, but you were poor, and that was like a really...
Shut up.
That was like gourmet food to y'all.
It is still gourmet food.
It's not gourmet.
It is gourmet.
No
You look
gourmet.
like Pinocchio. What is wrong with you? If you're watching the live stream, he can't even control his hands and arms anymore. It's good food.
It's good, solid food.
You don't like a Reuben.
I do like a Reuben.
Okay, that's corned beef, bitch.
But
Yeah,
even
but
like a
it's-
Reuben isn't something you order that often, right?
Reuben's
I mean,
one of the most popular
I love
deli
a Reuben.
sandwiches.
I love a Reuben, but it's not on high rotation.
yeah.
First
You
of
have
all,
it once in a while.
but you know what the problem is?
What's that?
Very fattening sandwich.
Do you hear yourself right now?
Well, it's got the dressing and all that.
It's got
and
the dressing.
cheese.
By the way,
And
corned
it's-
Maybe you're
it's-
going sandwich.
and it's
Probably
grilled.
not great for you anyways.
beef and cabbage, not bad for you either. Not terrible compared to
No,
other things you can eat.
it's a lighter food.
Right? So, I mean, unless you eat all of it, which I'm going to do.
Yes.
Like, again, like the more we talk about it, the more it makes no sense. Inexpensive, not terrible for you, easy to prepare. Give me restaurants and keep it on the menu every single day.
How often do you have it?
Once a year.
Well, why don't you have it more often?
Because we're so busy and, like, my wife makes such a big deal out of it that I don't
All
want to ask her to, like, she does so much stuff. What am I going to do? Hey, make me corned beef and cabbage. Do it. I'm telling you.
Well, you can make it.
It's always better when someone else makes it for you.
Well, of course, you don't have to do nothing.
Well, no, I mean, it
that's
tastes
every
better.
food.
It's a scientific fact that if someone else makes you a sandwich, it tastes better than the sandwich that you made
Yeah,
for
because
yourself.
you didn't have to do it.
It has nothing to do with not having to do it. It's more like you realize the love and care that we
Oh, okay. All right.
Can now that I'm thinking about it, I've never actually made it myself.
What?
Really?
All this rant about
Yeah.
this food.
I've never made it. My mother made it for me.
And it's
then-
easy to make.
It is. You just
So
I
how
mean, it's
did
not
your
hard to
wife?
figure it out.
Did she know how to make it before? Or did she like learn to make it because of you?
She talked to my family members and figured it out.
It's not brain surgery.
Well, no, she's prepared it a couple different ways.
It's you throw it in a crock pot, 8 hours you eat.
You don't do no crockpot's amateur hour. You go straight up.
You had to really do the old,
No, yeah,
back
you
in
do.
the old country.
Yes, yes.
You get the kettle out, you put it over an open fire, you cook it.
Is
You
that-
cook the meat.
Are you Russian?
I
What
don't
are you
know.
doing
Bring the
this
meat, you
morning?
bubbles up to the
Look.
top, you eat the meat.
You got one more day to do your Irish accent. In the commercial break, I would work it out if I were you, right? Because we got 3 hours and 45 minutes left of the show, and I know you're
Get it all out.
It's gonna happen.
Seems like we've been here all day already.
Oh yeah, no kidding. Just eat the meat, man.
Eat the meat, laddie.
That's not Irish. We have a dynamite corned beef and cabbage style show for you this morning here on CMF. Just after 7 o'clock. It's Friday. You know what that means.
We gonna creep it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a creep cap coming at you. And we got what might be the most unintentionally insulting Facebook message ever
Wow.
from a father. Because his son has interest in something thanks to his poor parenting of
Okay.
allowing his son to listen to this show.
All right.
And Ryan, who believes his son is very bright,
Yeah.
doesn't want his son to go down this road.
All right.
Yet,
But we encouraged it.
I'll explain.
Inadvertently?
Yes. Well, yeah, inadvertently. If anyone listens to the show, why would they want to do this?
Oh.
I'm Irish. I'm an Irish guy right now. Look at the Irish. Rocky Road to Dublin. How's my accent, idiot? But when your kid has a passion and a fire for something, Do you want to put it out?
Well, you don't want to crush a dream.
Even if that dream will put you in a really bad financial, social, and potentially professional spot?
You got to shut that one down.
Well, way to stick with your guns. We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah, what's going on?
So, like, on the surface, this crime idea, you might think it's brilliant. But the more you think about it, the more you realize that even if the best case scenario happened with this woman, she was going to be arrested. There was no way she could not be arrested in this crime if the allegations are true.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The goal of stealing something is to either have something to use for yourself or to make money from.
Sure.
And that would be a massive problem for what this woman is accused of taking. Because first off, there's no guarantee that these are worth anything.
Yeah.
And second, even if they were, the folks who would give you money for them would know right away you didn't get them the way you were supposed to.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 6:45, Tommy, you got a problem with people who have weird pets.
Exotic pets, yes.
Yes. This is, by definition, one of the most exotic pets you can have.
And I don't get how it's legal for some of these people to have some of this stuff.
I don't think it is.
This one, did you see the story yesterday?
No.
This one is definitely not legal.
Good.
I think Tommy may have had this at one point, though.
Yeah, you did, actually. Your dad brought one home.
My sister got bit by one. We had 2 of them.
Yeah, but it was nowhere near what they found in this man's home.
No kidding.
And we'll tell you all about it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Farmington.
Okay.
A woman's been arrested, charged with petty larceny, after police say she reached across the counter at a Crosby's gas station and stole $90 worth of scratch-off lottery tickets.
Okay.
It's a lot of lottery tickets, Tommy.
Yeah, and that could end up being nothing.
Well, that's just it. No, but here's the thing. Like, $90 worth of lottery tickets doesn't even give us a good gauge as to how many she took. Because even if, it could have been $91
Yeah,
scratchers.
dollar scratchers.
Could have been $10 jobbers.
Yeah.
So, as you just touched on, there are a few massive problems with this woman's idea. Because, Tommy, we all love scratchers. But there's no guarantee you make any money.
Right.
In fact, the folks that love scratchers know the chances of winning are actually not that great. That's why they keep selling you scratch-off lottery tickets. So if the allegations are true, even if she got away with taking the tickets, if we didn't know her name, there's no guarantee you stole anything.
Yes. You sold paper.
Yes.
You stole a chance.
Yes. That's a perfect way to put it. It has to be the only crime where you could successfully steal something and end up with nothing.
Right.
Right?
Well, and even if you won, would it be flagged if you tried to claim the money anyways?
So let's talk about
Yeah, I
that.
don't know how they. Yeah, you would think maybe, right?
So those scratch-off lottery tickets have serial numbers on them.
Right.
And eventually the store is going to realize that someone took those tickets.
Yeah.
Can the state narrow down, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, based on the serial numbers of the tickets, which one was stolen? Because even if she hit for like 10 grand, she could be arrested when she went to turn that in, right?
Yeah.
Or is that too complicated for the state lottery to figure out?
I figure they have to have. I mean, they've been doing this for 30 years. I would think by now they can trace these things.
Right,
Yeah, like I
because
wonder if when you buy it, does it get scanned somehow to
Like
say it
it's
was
like-
purchased?
like a gift card, like it's
Yeah.
not valid until you scan the
Oh.
thing. That would make the most sense.
Oh, yeah,
Like,
because it hasn't been purchased yet.
exactly. Like there's
Okay.
no, I'm with you, man. Like unless the state is completely inept at this, which I guess is not out of the question based on other stories we've seen.
This has got to be some super desperate ass person.
Well, I mean, look, man, I love scratchers. And when it comes to scratchers, I get super desperate with stuff too. So
There's
I think
also the thrill of it all.
The thrill to snatch.
Well, scratching just to see if any of those are hit big.
well, it's double thrill because you
Yeah.
get the thrill of getting away with the crime if you're able to get away with it, committing that crime, and the thrill of scratching off $90 worth of lottery tickets.
Okay.
Do you still do scratchers? When's the last time you did a scratcher?
Years ago.
You don't do it for like Christmas or anything? Like I feel like that's a big
Yeah,
like with
usually-
family.
I think my wife does it like
Yeah.
that. But she hasn't even done it in a while.
Do you do scratchers?
Every Christmas Eve, like we'll do like family game stuff where you can win scratchers.
I tell you, my parents were like, they were just degenerate gamblers. And any kind of like, my father used to write out if he hit the lottos, how he would distribute it through the family. On like a legal pad, and he would change it every time.
Wait,
You
there was
put
like movement? Like
putting
it was the
it in
AP
writing?
Top
Yeah.
25?
Yeah, like who pissed him off, you could drop in the rankings, you go up or down.
Well, at least you know where you stand.
Yeah.
So like my wife
I
and
was like Clemson, you know.
my wife and I both grew up poor, right? So we came from scratcher
Yeah.
families. The most romantic thing, and I think my wife would agree, that I will do for my wife is like every once in a while when I'm at Wegmans or the gas station,
Yeah.
I'll buy like 20
Got
bucks
you
worth of
something.
scratchers. Yeah, and I'll bring them home
And
to
you
her.
sit down and you scratch off.
Yeah, and she'll just squeal with glee and sit there. And she also doesn't give up when it's an obvious loser.
Yeah,
she'll
like
keep-
there's that
But you
point
got to
where,
make sure you don't miss anything.
but you ain't got it, man.
But she'll keep looking over it. And it's like $1 scratcher, right? She'll just like stare at it for 5 minutes. Like, no, there's got to be something here. There's got to be something.
And I'm also too lazy. Like if it's let's say I won $2.
Yeah.
Just toss it.
Yeah, we have
Toss
like
it?
no, we have like a stack of like scratchers we've been meaning to turn in, and they're like $1 to $2 each.
I'm just too lazy.
But we just keep forgetting about them.
That's money, man.
It's $1 money. $1 money ain't squat.
$1 money. It's $1 money is my favorite old Italian.
It's $1 money.
Mandolin song. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about this woman out in Farmington accused of stealing $90 worth of scratch-off lottery tickets from a gas station. She's been arrested. She's got a court date coming up. The other funny part of this.
Yeah.
So let's say this woman was able to get away with this, and the state is not able to track the scratch-off lottery tickets. You want to win, but not too big, because prizes over a certain amount, you have to pick up your winnings from the State Lottery Commission, or whatever they call themselves. Yeah. And the store that sold you that ticket will get a cut of that prize.
Yeah, right.
Did you know that?
Yeah.
Okay. To make sure the store sold you the ticket, they go back and look at surveillance video.
Oh, so you're screwed.
Exactly. And guess what they would see when they went back and... Yeah, exactly.
You glad-handed them tickets.
And the number the store can't pay you out is actually surprisingly small. Any amount over $601...
601?
Yes. To get that prize, you have to give the state your lottery ticket that won, your government-issued ID, a valid Social Security number, and your address.
Oh, you're effed.
And now you've been arrested.
All right, so it's under 600. I don't have to do any of that.
Yes. So 601 or over, you have to do all of those
I
extra
wonder how they
moves.
picked that number.
It's got to be a tax thing.
Oh, maybe.
Right.
Oh, yeah, $600. Yeah. Because that's how we used to get taxed when we did comedy.
Yeah, sure. Whatever you say.
So I never paid it either.
I never made $600.
Me neither.
No, but I mean, like, what a cruel world you have to live in. Like, if you steal these scratch-off lottery tickets, you have one that hits for $850, and you can't do anything with it. Because if you turn it in, the odds that you're going to be arrested are just like, whoop.
Well, I've always made, like, yeah, those are one of those things, those state-run things you don't want to screw with. Because I can remember, like, the big thing when I worked in the grocery business was cigarettes. Because they had the state seal on them, right? So you had to account for every one of those cigarettes. And there was like a bureau. Like when the store got broken into, the first thing people grabbed was the cigarettes.
Sure,
right?
yeah.
So you would get like these FBI-looking dudes coming in from the state. Bro, they were not – it was like the black cars, the suits coming into the store. It was like Men in Black.
No
they were
kidding.
not messing around with these cigarettes.
Well, I mean, that's the other cruel part of this, right? Like, if you work at a gas station overnight, they're putting a lot of trust in you to not steal stuff, right? But, like, the things you would want the most, the cigars, the cigarettes, the lottery tickets, the booze, that's the stuff they're going to know is
That's
missing.
the state hammers coming down on your ass.
Exactly.
They ain't messing.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Mark. Hey, Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, Tommy, how you doing?
Hey, good, buddy. What you doing? I ain't seen you around. Somebody said you were in jail.
That's what Louise told me. Listen, do you guys remember back a couple of years ago, some guy that worked at the lottery found out what serial number series there was going to be a big winner in, and he followed this all the way toward the machine that they inserted it in, and they set him up.
Yep.
He went in there and spent $700 in this machine to win this ticket, and he got busted.
Yep.
It was funnier than heck.
Now, Mark, there's another...
When did that happen? I don't remember that.
It was like 3 or 4 years ago.
Oh.
If you do a Google search, you might find
Hey,
it.
don't worry about it, right? We're talking over here right now. Shut your mouth.
There was another documentary that just came out, Mark, and it's brilliant, about this guy that worked for a third-party company that, like, made the machines, right? And he figured out the algorithm of how the
Where they
numbers
end
were going
up.
to work out. So he would have his friends and relatives buy tickets in different states that use these machines, and because of exactly what Mark described, he was also busted.
Did he always said that he never even got to hit?
Yeah.
Damn.
Hey, wise guy, isn't that like card counting? Hey, what are you trying to do here?
Well, card counting is not illegal, Mark. They can throw you out, but they can't arrest you as long as you're doing it with just your brain.
That I know.
I bet you do, Mark.
Hey, watch it there. Hey, you guys have a great weekend.
Tell me
We'll
what
talk
to
you
do.
later.
Mark, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Scratchers, state lottery, and counting cards. Just hanging out in the break room. So going back to this story, if the allegations against this woman are true, that she stole $90 worth of lottery tickets from this gas station, for everything to work out for her, you would need to get the tickets without getting caught.
Right.
You would not need to strike out any of the tickets. You need to win money. But none of the tickets could win over $600. If you had an amount under $600, you need to cash them in right away to ensure the store hasn't caught on yet and called the state. And that's if there isn't a system where if the ticket isn't scanned, they would realize that it had been stolen.
Yeah, all that. It's a lot of moving parts
Yeah.
for a caper, man.
All of that being said,
Yeah.
I do understand the draw to this crime.
Oh, sure. It looks like easy money.
And, like, you know, it takes a while to sit down and think all this stuff out. Like, if you're in the moment and realize you have a chance to swipe these lottery tickets,
And you think it's going to be anonymous. Like, you don't think you're going to be tied to that ticket.
100%.
Yeah.
And, like, here's the other thing, too. I can't even imagine how she was able, if the allegations are true, to steal these lottery tickets, because most of the time, the lottery tickets are either behind the person in the gas station or under glass.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So did she, if the allegations are true, did she manage to, like, reach her hand underneath? Or did she just ask for 9 tickets, grab them, and run?
Oh. Yeah.
But then you would have
usually they don't.
When they, you know how when they're in the machine, like when do they refill? It's like there a day where they refill that machine, and maybe she grabbed it as the person was putting them in
they're not just
scratcher
hanging there,
machine.
Right?
you're talking about the vending machine.
Yeah, like the scratcher vending machine. Like I would assume those would be in rolls.
That's a good question. But there's only 9?
Yeah.
By the way, I do love the layout. You bring up I forgot about the vending machine. Because, like, you use the vending machine when you go to, like, Wegmans or Tops or something like that. But it's funny the layout of, like, the average gas station. Because not only do most of them have the vending machine,
right.
You can also buy them straight up from the counter.
Yeah, it is
so
weird.
are they just hanging there, though?
What do you mean?
I know. I can't picture it.
No, you don't grab them. Oh, the vending machine, they're behind the wall.
No, but I'm saying, like, the ones at the gas station, are they hanging where I could reach over and grab them off the, like, a
No, because they're, like, way back behind.
Oh.
And then there's also, like, the time where, like, it'll be built into the counter where you can see them under a glass panel.
So she must have put them on the counter, maybe, and then, like you said, and then just snagged them before she paid for them.
Unless no one was standing at the counter in the middle of the night, she reached over and grabbed them. But, like, going back to that vending machine, like, in the average gas station, within 15 square feet, you have 2 completely separate places in which you can buy scratch-off lottery tickets.
But you're the only person I know. This is weird, too, because I can't think of the last time I went into a gas station.
Sometimes I'm thirsty.
No, but I know, like, you go, because you...
Not even like a convenience store, like 7-Eleven or anything like that?
But when you smoked, you used to go into the convenience store all the time.
Yeah.
Right? I never go in because I just get my gas and leave.
But you've never had to, like, stop for something?
The last time, you know what it was? We were taking that road trip down to Florida.
What can he eat in a
And
gas station?
Yeah.
We stopped off at some southern jerkwater gas stations. I forgot how you could get everything at this store.
It is
and
yeah.
They had like a little cafe in there.
Yeah.
Where there's like old guys sitting around bitching, and I didn't want to know what they were bitching about because we were in South Carolina.
Well, they're gonna do it again.
Oh yeah.
No, you bring up a great point. If you've ever been to a southern gas station, the amount of things you can get that you shouldn't be able to get.
Mini grocery store.
Oh, it is.
No, I'm not even. I'm talking. It's also like a mini sporting goods store.
Right.
In there.
It's basically like the town square.
Yeah. All right. So the moral of the story: don't try to steal lottery tickets.
Yes.
Okay. Let's take a break. I know you hate people with exotic pets, and up to a point, you're an idiot. But in this case, you're 100% right.
Yeah.
Because what this man had in his home is mind-boggling.
And what do you get out of it as a pet?
I don't
know.
I don't know. But based on the comments he's made afterwards, he's very distraught. This was taken out of his house, despite the fact that when we tell you what it is, the fact that nobody has been killed by this is nothing short of miraculous.
It's that dangerous.
Tommy, you are not going to believe what I am about to tell you was in a home in Western New York.
Goddamn.
And we'll tell you all about it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. there are folks that have some really weird pets.
Yes.
Pets they're not even legally allowed to have. And it's weird, but, I mean, the overwhelming majority of the time, it ends up completely harmless.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to make that argument after a discovery in our area this week. Because when you hear the details, Tommy, it had to just be a matter of time before this went horribly wrong. Tommy, you're not going to believe it.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock, it's Friday. You know what that means.
Oh, we're going to get a little creepy.
That's right. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long, the creep cap. And it's the most unintentionally insulting Facebook message we've ever got.
Wow.
But it involves a man, his son's dreams, and how this father is doing everything he can, or is wondering if he should do anything to stop those dreams from happening. And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This story comes from just west of us. Yesterday, the State Department of Environmental Conservation discovered an 11-foot, 750-pound alligator.
Holy Christ.
Inside a home.
That's a big snapper.
Wait, no, your mom was not there. It's an alligator we're talking about here.
God damn. How many foot?
11-foot. 750
So that's about as big as an
pound.
alligator can get, I think. I think 12 foot is like the max on an alligator.
It's pretty big. It's be very well fed.
Yes.
And I don't want to know.
The gator was being kept as a pet.
Okay.
An 11-foot,
Where?
750-pound pet in the man's house.
No, I wonder like how, because you can't put that in a bathtub.
Right.
I'll explain it.
You have to have like a whole system set
yeah.
up.
I've got the details.
All right.
Investigators say the homeowner built an addition on his home for the alligator that had an in-ground pool in it.
Okay, you would
Okay.
almost have to.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the gator was living better than most 20-somethings are in Rochester right now.
Oh, yeah.
Even more
Same
alarm-
attitude, by the way.
You know, no gators want to work these
Yeah.
days. Even more alarming, the DEC says this man would allow people to get in the water and pet the alligator.
Well, here's the weird thing. If they've been fed, they're pretty docile if they've been fed.
You want to roll that dice?
No.
Okay. Where does a 11-foot, 750-pound alligator come from?
Yeah, like well, I mean, unless he bought it as a baby alligator.
You raise that sucker up as a baby?
But you can't buy them legally. So he
Right.
had to go
Well-
find a place to go buy one of these things, like in South Florida or someplace.
Okay, so here's the thing. It
Yeah.
says in the story that the alligator is 30 years old. So either this man has committed 3 decades of his life to raising this alligator, or he bought it as an adult alligator. And I guess we'll never, or we don't know as
Yeah.
of now which one it is. But I can't imagine 30 years of your life being dedicated to
And the
raise-
expense. Think how much it costs to have that stupid thing in
Maintain
your
it.
house that you do nothing with.
In
It just sits there.
in a place where it's not its normal climate. So to your point, like
Right.
the energy bill of keeping it in this enclosure has
Yeah.
to be up there, plus the cost of what it takes to feed it.
So believe it or not, the owner of the gator, by the way, the gator named Albert, which I gotta say, despite everything
Albert
going on here,
Gator.
that's a great name for an album.
That sounds like a blues artist, Albert Gator.
Oh no, one of my favorite albums is Albert Gator Live.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because he's got the addition.
Oh, baby, I'm stuck in this old house in Western New York. I just eat corned beef and cabbage and my ass hurts. I ain't ready for no alligator my age, man. And my alligator woman done left me.
Believe it or not, the owner of the gator did not have a permit to legally own him. And not only that, the Department of Environmental Conservation says Albert has several health issues, including being blind in both eyes and spinal complications.
Because it's old.
Yes.
Okay.
So no charges as of yet. There is investigation pending. But what might be the craziest part of this story, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The owner of Albert the alligator made a public post on Facebook telling people what happened. And there are countless numbers of people in the comments supporting this man, saying the government had no right to take his 11-foot, 750-pound alligator away.
That's amazing. But I also want to know what's in their house to support his house.
I don't even know where in this area you could take it to. So
A zoo.
I don't know.
Well,
Can
no,
you just
'cause
pop those things in the zoo? I don't know like how that works. Does it get along with the other gators?
I mean, it's been living in a house.
Yeah.
I'm guessing they're going to just destroy it. It's 30 years old and it's blind. I mean, just put it
well,
out of its misery.
But then you're kind of making the people's point come in the defense. Like, why not just leave it there then if you're just going to kill it?
Well,
it's dangerous.
Yeah, it's wildly
but-
dangerous.
And now that it's blind, it's probably even more vicious because anything that it senses movement, they'll snap at it.
I mean, I know a really old thing that can't hear anymore, and that thing it's the nastiest thing I've ever seen in my life.
And it's hard to watch, right?
Yeah.
It's terrible, yeah. Well, they should put all of them down.
I wonder if this person's like neighbors knew it existed, or if this was just a complete
You'd have
secret
to have some
this whole
suspicion.
time. I don't know.
Bro, you're going to tell me that if everyone in the neighborhood knew the alligator existed,
Yeah,
nobody's calling
right.
the cops?
That's what I mean. Like, it had to have been kept a secret.
It's an effing alligator in your neighborhood, brosif.
But like the addition to the house, the amount of food that's going into that house, because they got an amount of like raw beef or something he was buying to feed that thing.
What do alligators eat? Is it like chickens, beef?
So you
or
can
something?
feed it any kind of meat.
Okay.
Like, but you could throw it chicken, beef, anything. So,
All right, so
it'll eat it.
But I mean, you don't see what's going on inside people's grocery bags. It's possible that these people had no idea that we're living around them. Seriously, like people put additions on their homes all the time.
All right.
But somebody dimed on this guy, and again, we don't know if this guy has had the alligator, how long the guy's had the alligator for. What I am dying to know
What's that?
is how the DEC found out about this alligator. Because the only way, outside of this guy saying, I have a gator in my house, and someone going, oh my God,
yeah.
is that he invited someone over, offered to put him in the pool with the alligator, which the DEC says he was doing, and they freaked out.
Now, it could be because of this whole operation he had in his house, and he put an addition on the house apparently for this alligator, right?
Yes, that's what they say, yes.
So sometimes, like with those growing operations, your electric bill spikes.
Oh.
And all of a sudden, like, it goes haywire because you're putting so much juice into that room to keep that heated pool and whatever else you need. That room has to be hot.
Okay, but can't you make the argument I just put an indoor pool in my house?
But they may check on that.
Okay. Well, you put the alligator in the closet for a little while.
All right.
Be cool, man.
Or just put a tie and a hat on him. Say it's your ugly uncle, Albert. Up from Florida.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this home just west of us. The DEC discovered an 11-foot, 750-pound alligator inside a home. He was being kept as a pet. The owner, believe it or not, did not have a permit to keep him. They say he built an addition on the house for the alligator, that he had an indoor pool inside the addition. He went on Facebook after the alligator was taken from him and said, I can't believe they took my alligator. And there are countless posts underneath of people going, yeah, man.
America?
BS. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Ryan. Hey, Ryan, what's up, buddy?
Hi, guys. Good morning. How are you?
Good, man. What's up?
Good. So my friend actually lives in Hamburg, and she knows the person who has the alligator, and on her Instagram has a picture with Albert. Like, she had one from years ago, and then last night she posted it with a comment, free Albert, and I'm just like, what the heck's this all about?
Like it's OJ.
So she's met the alligator.
She has met the alligator many times.
Oh, so maybe social media got him busted. People putting
could
the
be.
So I'm reading her comments on here because she posted a Facebook link that didn't work.
Yeah.
And it says basically people in the area, they knew about it. And, just like anything else, you post enough pictures, you do this and that, somebody's going to, know somebody who knows somebody is going to see it and be like, hey, why do you have a 750-foot alligator in your house and not,
That's a reasonable response from people that live in that community.
Right, yes.
To say, hey.
You have a man-eating reptile in your house.
I mean, Ryan, look, the guy is making the argument that the alligator never hurt anybody. People are in the pool with it and all this thing, and he was being responsible. But if that alligator gets out.
Gets pissed, it's done.
I mean, you know what they say.
What?
Right, once you see an alligator.
Oh, you're toast.
Imagine
too
the
late.
trust you would have in that guy for him to assure you it's okay to get into a pool with an 11-foot alligator.
Hey, Ryan, this friend of yours that has the picture with Albert the alligator, Bright Gal, would you say?
Bright is intelligent? Yeah, she's intelligent, yeah.
Okay. Despite the...
I don't know. Okay, first I was not prepared for that question. Was not prepared for that question. Of all the questions you could have asked, was not prepared for an intelligent test.
Well, right. No, here's why I ask. Because if I had a friend of mine that this happened yesterday, because Ryan brought up it happened in Hamburg, just west of us. If I had a friend that posted that picture, I don't know if I would have the same thought about that friend previous alligator picture. to post alligator picture. You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, well, it's an older picture. Like if I'm scrolling through, she had it up like 2 or 3 years ago. So it's just a repost of
She was
that.
going through a stage.
Gator. Well, what girl aren't into bad gators? It's so
when I saw this, I'm like, one of the least shocking things ever. One of those,
I got you.
Not shocked by that thing.
I get
But no, it actually looks really. It looked based on the picture, it looks kind of like an area you would have in a zoo. Like this person made it. I don't know if there was anything on the Facebook page there, but it looks like a place at a zoo. He did customize this place. Water looks deep enough, everything like that. Like he wasn't just putting it in some like kiddie pool and like putting some, a palm tree in the corner. Like, oh, look, this is your new home. Like actually took his time, invested, put money into this whole thing.
In that case, why would you not have an alligator in your house?
Well, I mean, dogs, cats, ferrets, alligator. I mean, they're all at Petco. They're all there.
Ryan,
aquatic area.
Thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate all the information.
The other thing too, they smell horrible.
Okay.
Yeah.
They stink like stagnant water. Mm-hmm. So you'd also have that in your house. Like the smell of an alligator or any kind of reptile would be gross.
Okay, but like if I have an 11-foot, 750-pound alligator in my house, the last thing I'm worried about is how the gator smells.
By the way, what do you do when it goes to the bathroom? Like, what do you do with that?
Well, I mean, what do you do when a cat goes to the bathroom?
I don't think there's a big old alligator litter box. You'd have to clean all that up.
Yeah,
like the amount of
it's a
mess.
lot of work. Yeah.
Again, that's the least of my concerns with an 11-foot, 750-pound alligator living in a house.
Doesn't it also make you wonder what kind of pets people are hiding in their homes?
Oh yeah.
You're right. Like the fact that this guy, again, we don't know how long he's had it for.
The amount of poisonous like snakes, lizards,
just illegal animals in general.
Well, you bring that up. 252 WCMF talking about this 11-foot, 750-pound alligator named Albert that was found inside a home just west of us. Scott's on CMF. Hey, Scotty, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, not an alligator, but my friend back in the late 80s, early 90s had a Komodo dragon, full-size, 5-footer.
Oh.
In the summertime, the springtime, they would let it outside because they had a huge yard. It would walk around this pond area. In the wintertime, they would bring it in the basement. The thing was smart as hell. It went to the bathroom in the sump pump.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it was a hermaphrodite.
Let's see what you did. He got you.
Damn it.
Participated.
Damn
it.
it.
Gotcha. I think, aren't most Komodo dragons hermaphrodites anyway? That might have been a different guy.
I have no idea.
Okay, we're getting a ton of Facebook messages from people supporting this man having the gator. Too many to read. And I will say this. You cannot tell me this is not dangerous.
It is dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
It's all the people that are like,
I don't understand why you're allowed to own anything poisonous in your house.
Are you?
Well, people have pythons. Well, they have poisonous snakes.
You have them. Are you allowed to have them?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure you can buy this stuff. So I can remember there used to be this pet shop up in Webster. It was pretty cool. It was called Doolittle's.
Okay.
And it was like a mom and pop place, but in the back they sold like frozen rodents and stuff.
Okay.
That people had for their like pythons and boa constrictors and stuff like that you could like to feed them. So people had them, and they had the chow to feed them. So it makes me think they're legal.
Well, no, I think there are legal lizards you can.
But yeah, but like you see those jackholes down at like Park Amfest. You used to have those snakes around their neck. Those were pythons.
So it is illegal to keep those types of snakes as pets in New York, but you can possess them if you have a dangerous animal license.
How do you get one of those?
I bet you just go pay a fee.
I bet you don't pay a fee.
I bet you don't be so slack-ass, bro. I bet you if I go down and I drop down whatever the fee is, I can own a snake.
Well, no, because then we would have just like scores of people dead from venom when they don't know how to deal with these things. I bet you it's harder than you think to get one of those. Like, I hope it is.
I know.
I hope it is. And by the way, like to all these people, again, we're getting more Facebook messages. This comes in from Jim. Jim writes us, the alligator has been around. He's 30 years old. Again, we don't know how long he was in there. He didn't hurt anybody. There's no stories of anyone being injured. Okay, fine. Okay. You can't tell me that had this sucker gotten out, it would have been
or just gets pissed off.
Think about the story we saw. Was it last summer when that monitor lizard was on the run for a month?
Yes.
Yeah.
And somebody accidentally hit it with their car.
So there was a kid, I think it was last year in Pennsylvania, that they did a wellness check on the kid. Mm-hmm. And he was one of these weird-ass kids that lived in an apartment by himself. And I think he either had a python or a boa constrictor, and it killed him. Like, they found him dead on the couch with this thing wrapped around him.
Oh. We did get a tweet. I don't know if this is correct or not, but this person says the homeowner owned a DEC license for the Gator, but the license expired in 2021.
Okay. That was not in the story. I guess it's possible.
But still, why are you handing people licenses for this crap?
And why are you
there's no value to it.
No, the Gator's valuable. There's no value to the community of having a
right?
Gator.
Why?
There.
Yeah. Why?
All right, let's take a break.
Dude,
Stop
I'm
defending.
getting no willies, man.
I'm alarmed by the amount of people defending. Let that man from my cold dead hands.
Because they want their weird crap.
Okay. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, speaking of weird crap.
Super weird and creepy. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. The creep cap coming at you. And look, this man insulted us in a way that nobody has unintentionally.
Oh.
And we'll get over that in this Facebook message. But what's more interesting is what his son has decided. His son, who he says is super bright and super smart and can do whatever he wants. What his teenage son has decided he wants to do with the rest of his life. And how this father wants no part of it for himself and no part of it for his son. We'll get into the story. And what you're supposed to do as a parent when your kid starts to take an interest in something you know is not going to work out for them.
Yeah.
Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This is the most insulting message we've ever gotten.
Can't wait to hear it.
And
I'm excited.
And the person who wrote it is completely right.
Yeah.
Because parents need to look out for their kids. And Tommy, as much as you don't want to hear it, no matter how old your child is, they are always your child.
They're your baby.
So when you see a sharp kid making a potentially devastating financial mistake, most of, if not all, parents are going to at least want to spring into action.
Right.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it's Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
You said a lot of gross things this week.
Well, you're welcome.
Nobody thanked you. Kimmy collects it all.
Bless her heart.
She's got to put a smock on to not ruin her clothes.
Yeah. Those clothes.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's a Creep Cap. Happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it. Because I would have the pizza almost right next to my lube. Like, if I didn't look where my hand was going, I was going to pepperoni my dong. My penis was going to look like an Italian road cone. She got a bastard nipple. I gave it a little nibble. I hope I don't end up in hell. We gave you BBs and porn.
BBs and porn.
BBs and porn. Well, you went a rough poll, do you?
Yeah, I love rough
why don't you come down to the men's room? I got a kiosk. It's St. Tommy's rough pull.
Shut up.
I'll rough pull your mouth.
Shut up.
I'll give it a wee shanking.
Man, I really remember the big ass muffins.
Wait, your mom worked there?
I will punch you in your face. No, she couldn't. Mama couldn't afford a job at Perkins.
Mama can't work at no Perkins. Nobody's going to be stuffing that muffin. Shriveled up Irish boobies. They're going to look like the last two potatoes left during the famine. Hanging out with the little green nippers. And that's going to mess that child up.
Little Green Nippers was my favorite song for the Big Bopper back in the 50s.
Hello, baby. Those green nippers.
252 WCMF.
Will I what?
What exotic seafood did you eat at your house this weekend?
What's in season?
Did not see your mother all weekend. You like ball hockey?
I love ball hockey.
Oh, my God. Why didn't you tell me?
Why? What are you thinking?
I got a little kiosk in my little arena.
Wait, you got an arena? Where's the arena?
You got a kiosk in an arena.
Yeah, I have an arena and I have a little kiosk in an arena. It's called Coach Uncle Tommy's Old-Timey Ball Hockey in Your Mouth Salt.
Shut up. Why is there sauce involved?
Even
Ryan is yelling, this is a horrible joke as you're trying to deliver it.
It's so good to be a creep.
The only show where our listeners will yell over a joke. This is a horrible joke.
Just to stop it.
The break room is on, the Creep Cap on CMF. Are you ready for the most unintentionally insulting Facebook message you ever received?
What?
That call was from Ryan yelling at Tommy to stop. This Facebook message is from what I'm assuming is a different Ryan.
Okay.
And he writes us, I listen to your show with my teenage son every day when I take him to school.
Because he's cool.
Problem one, don't do that. All right, but he goes on. It's made such an impression on him that he told me he wants to study communications and do what you do at college after his senior year of high school next year.
So he wants to go into like broadcasting?
That's what it sounds like.
Fantastic. We need the young people coming into the biz.
He says, my son is very smart, too smart for what you guys do in the morning.
Fair.
He goes on.
Yeah.
I also hear you make what I thought were jokes about the money you make over the years, but after I looked up what radio DJs make annually, I was stunned by the low number. I would really appreciate if you could respond or even call my son to tell him the truth about how hard it is to make it at your job and how little you earn. Duffy, you know that kids never believe what they hear from their parents. I think that would go a long way to actually help out a delicate situation.
Please write to my son and tell him how poor and dumb y'all are.
That's what he's asking now. Here's the thing. Before we get to the actual issue, did Ryan not read that before he hit send?
Well, I guess in his defense, we do joke about being broke all the time.
Okay, but it's like one thing for us to be like, hey, we suck and we have no money. It's another thing for him to write, hey, you poor ass bitch, not talent having bitches. My son wants to do what you do, and it's so scary. You're a total stranger, yet I'm going to say the most insulting things I can think of so they don't choose what you chose for your life. That's what he did here.
Yeah.
Could you imagine saying what Ryan wrote to somebody's face?
No, I could not.
But this isn't about us.
All right.
This is about father and son.
Yeah.
And really every parent and child in this spot. Because, Tommy, your kid has a dream for their lives. You see the potential they have. And sometimes the dream they have and the potential don't mix. Should you steer your kid away from a job, career path, a college education you think your kid is too good for.
Yeah, but then, like, you meet these people that have really good jobs, but they hate what they do.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, because they had a passion for something else, and, you know, you're not making any money doing that. And then you end up, you're successful, but you're not happy.
Okay. So
you never followed your passion.
Okay, so then, like, you know, for example, if a guy were to call up and said, you know, my son, he's got straight A's, he's not going to go to college, he plays the guitar really well, he's going to be in a band and tour the country, you would say, good for that kid. I say that kid should do it.
That kid's an idiot.
Okay, so where are you, man?
You jackhole guitar boy.
So where are you here?
I don't know. But the thing is, like, you're going to end up resenting your father or mother for making you go down this path that you didn't want to do.
Or you don't even complete that path, right? Because, like, I feel like if it's something that's you feel obligated to do, but you're not passionate about, who's to say that kid goes on to become that anyways?
Okay, now look, you're all making valid points here. But the argument Ryan is making in this Facebook message past the wild insults to people that just try to entertain him every day. His son is too smart for this job. He can do anything he wants, right? And if he's right... Look, man, this is a hard job to make it in. We got super lucky. Yeah. He's right that the money isn't there.
Right.
If there's no guarantee that even if his son gets straight A's, taking communications at SUNY Brockport or Syracuse or Ithaca or any of the other great places that do it, right? Like that he will get a job.
True.
He's not wrong in what he's doing, and I don't think he's a bad father for having this concern.
Yeah, I mean, like, you want to protect your kid, and you also don't want to have to constantly have to keep bailing your kid out because he's a fumble F in life, and I get it.
Okay, so then...
Because that kind of blows back on you if he, you know, financially.
Okay, so then step in and stop it then is what you're saying.
Well, if he's so smart, why...
You know, I know
a lot of smart people that wanted to pursue something creative that I'm sure that
I know a lot of smart people that work at coffee shops.
But they could have, you know, gone on to be a doctor or something. Like they were just very, very book smart, but they, you know, wanted to go in a completely different direction. And I'm sure that their parents weren't exactly thrilled about it, but I mean, I think it's impossible to stop somebody from pursuing something they're interested in.
Now, see, I disagree with you there, and in this case specifically, right? Because here's the thing. There are good arguments to be made on both sides wherever you fall here. In this case, the kid, based on the Facebook message, is still a junior in high school, so his dad's opinion would matter right now. He's 16, 17 years old.
You think your parents' opinion mattered that much if there was something you really wanted to do?
I was terrified at that age because I didn't know what I was going to do.
But you pursued what you did.
Well, my dad didn't have any other ideas for me.
Like,
it's not like my dad could be like, go to college, you're smart. It's not like my dad...
But if your dad told you don't do that, would it have impacted you?
But I had no other option.
Okay.
Like, I think that if I had the grades to go to college and become something, he would have pushed me in that direction, and I think I would have taken that direction.
Yeah.
But I wonder if you have a super smart kid and you're giving them advice, that smart kid might be like, well, you didn't do that. Like, I can understand, like, that kid feeling like they're smarter than you, and that's why they wouldn't take your advice.
And that would be my argument. You are smarter than me. I'm here because I'm not as smart as you. Be better than me. I'm dumb. Which is an argument I will be having with my 11-year-old at some point. I know it.
But, I mean, if they're so smart, maybe they'll be a success in that business because they're going to be smarter than the average guy that they're competing against. And, like, let's say he wants to go into broadcast.
Yeah.
If he's that sharp, he may find his niche, maybe not in broadcasting, but in management, sales.
Oh, that sounds like a lot of fun. We love those guys.
Yeah, everybody loves the sales guy.
Right, question based on your point here. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Did you say maybe that they're so smart they'll be successful in this business? All right. There are 100 men and women that have tried to take our jobs over the years, right? That's just how this business is, and I don't hold it against them. I would want this job too.
Yeah.
You think that you and I are the smartest people they could have hired for this job?
No, of course not.
Okay, so then shut up.
Well, let's say I had this job and I was super smart.
But you're not.
No, but if I was, I could advance myself. But I didn't.
No, but you didn't. If you were super smart, you'd quit this job because you'd realize you have no talent. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Facebook message coming in from a guy named Ryan. He writes, and I'll read you the whole thing one more time. I listen to your show with my teenage son every day when I take him to school. It's made such an impression on him. He told me he wants to study communications and do what you do at college after his senior year of high school next year. My son is very smart, too smart for what you guys do in the morning. I also hear you make what I thought were jokes about the money you make over the years, but after I looked up what radio DJs make annually, I was stunned by the number. I would really really appreciate if you could respond or even call my son to tell him the truth about how hard it is to make it at your job and how little you earn. Duffy, I know that kids never believe what they hear from their parents. I think it would go a long way and really help out a delicate situation. Would you call this kid?
No.
You're not going to kill his dream?
I'm not going to get involved in this kid.
I mean, this is a father desperately asking for help.
If he's down to us, you're already toast, bro.
No, but I think he does make a good point.
Daddy Ryan.
You just said it. Both of you just said it. You're not going to listen to what your parents say. But if somebody who does what you want to do looks at you and goes, "Don't,"
I don't want to crush a kid's dream either.
I also don't. I'm not.
Look, you're not going to have this job for much longer. It's not like the kid's taking your job. You're going to die soon.
Yes, and maybe he could fulfill that dream. He could sit in my seat.
I'm also.
You could be me, kid. You could be me.
Remember, like my old man, like that summer I had a job at his radio station, or a TV station.
TV station, yeah.
And I got to be a cameraman.
Yeah.
And I loved it. And I was pretty good at it. And he made me stop doing it because he said only hippies and drug addicts worked on the programming side of a TV station.
In the defense of him, we know a bunch of people that work on the programming side of television here in town.
Yeah. Hippies and drug addicts. But like he crushed my. Then he made me stop doing it.
Yeah.
And these were his employees.
Who's to say too? You as a parent, 100% know what's best for your kid,
or
the best path for your kid. Because I think that there are a lot of parents that give advice based on the way it was when they were in high school.
Sure.
And it may not be that way anymore. That may not be the best thing to pursue or the way things are changing. I mean, your kid, I think, may be a little bit more in tune with just like, what career path would be best for them moving forward.
Okay, look, I will listen to your argument about the next generation may not have a full grasp.
They may be getting better advice from somebody else.
I don't know, Kimmy. How many kids did we know that went to school for like the stupidest things? I'm going to make it. I'm going to do it. I have a buddy that went to college for classical guitar.
Oh.
He got a degree in classical guitar.
Is that him I see on the street?
252 WCMF, 252-9260. Let's talk to Ken. Hey, Kenny, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, my son's 40 now. He wanted to go to school for music composition. I really wasn't happy about it, but he's a smart kid, and it's my job to just support your child.
Okay.
And
he had several different jobs over the years.
And that boy turned out to be Justin Bieber.
What?
No, he's a little bit smarter than that. But no, he works for a company called Make Noise out of Asheville, North Carolina, and they make synthesizers and component synthesizers.
Okay.
So he has his dream job, and it took him a while. Luckily, he was smart. I mean, he was smart enough to lecture at Smithsonian Institute.
No big deal.
Yeah, and but I guess what I'm saying is, let the kids do what they want to do, because it's their life. It's not yours. You just have to support them.
All right, Kenny, no, that's great advice. But I will ask you this, because you have the gift of hindsight now, right? Like, you saw the kid get that degree. You saw he became a success. He's happy with what he does. Kenny, we're an honest show here. When your kid was thinking about going into music composition, and you said it yourself, you weren't thrilled about it, did you at any point try to talk him out of it?
I did tell him that all of us in my family were tradespeople.
Okay.
And that's a good, solid way to make money. And he tried it. He didn't like it.
Because he got the keyboard hands, Tommy.
Yeah, so I said, screw it. Let him do what he wants to do, and let him fail on his own or succeed on his own.
Okay, all right.
Luckily, he succeeded.
Okay, but that's also, that word luckily carries a lot of weight in that sentence, Kenny. Hey, man, thanks for the story. I really appreciate it.
Okay.
All right, take care. Do you think this was Smithsonian invited him, or he just walked in the lobby and started talking?
I didn't even know they did that kind of stuff.
He may have just told his dad that.
Yeah, he just walked in there. Because I think I like my... I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, to Ken's point about supporting your kid whatever direction they want to go, you also don't want to push your kid in a direction and have them fail, because then they're going to blame you.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I wanted to go in another direction. You wanted me to do this, and I could not succeed in the, whatever career they're pursuing.
I just find it funny that both of you are very pro let the kid do what he wants until I give you specific examples where you're both like, oh, no, not that.
Well, I look at, so my brother and sister-in-law, their child, my niece, she wanted to sing. So they paid for all kind of private lessons and voice coaches. She ended up going to the Manhattan School of Music.
It's impressive.
And then she goes and she was in a touring company in the buses going across the country, doing all that stuff. She ended up in another band out of Manhattan. But in the end, there was no money.
Okay.
And she didn't like it. She didn't like living on a bus. She didn't like living hand to mouth. Didn't do it. So she had to go back to school. And now she's got a great job and a degree. I don't even know what she does. She's a forensic psychologist.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
I don't even know what it is, but she's got like her doctorate in this thing. But she had to go back to school.
But do you think
and do all that? But at least, but she took the run and realized that she hated it. Not hated it, but it was like not for her.
But your family has money.
Yeah,
so
that's the other thing.
able
Like
to
you have to have the
get 2
bank,
degrees.
right? Like to send her to the Manhattan School of Music, to spend all that money for tutoring, whatever, music coaches and voice. Sure. Yeah, it's major bank. She did it, and she realized. So I guess my point is though she has no regret.
That's what I was going to ask.
Sure,
I bet you she looks at that as an experience as a learn. And luckily, to your point, she was able to do that. She had a safety net.
No, Kimmy, it's a very simple lesson here. The lesson is very simple.
What do you do?
Be a millionaire so your kid doesn't have any regrets. Why would you not do that?
So get some money for your kid, goddamn. What are you so lazy for?
Look, all right,
save your money.
Smart.
Piss it away on your kids.
Smart kid in high school has to be rough. Like, we wouldn't know anything about that. But, like, when we were teenagers, just the idea of having a full-time job, you and I, eventually, was enough to get our parents excited.
Yeah.
And based on his Facebook message, the reaction of parents I know personally, when the kid has options, that's when things get really complicated. Because every parent, whether you admit it or not, will try to nudge a kid in a direction if your kid is trying to go away you don't want them to. And it gets really complicated if both parents aren't in agreement on what the best path is.
Ooh,
you know what I mean?
United front.
Well, because that's my biggest fear with my wife. Because if let's say my kids want to go do something not traditional.
Yeah.
Who am I to tell them
you
no?
Can't.
Right? Like,
look how you're dressed for work today.
You want to talk about look how you're dressed for work?
But look how you're dressed for work.
Are you auditioning for a home improvement revival?
I look like an independent businessman this morning.
No, yeah, like independent is you're so independent no one is going near your business. But like my wife is, highly educated.
She's a professional.
Right. It's got to be very complicated for you and your wife giving your kids advice, just because of the two totally different ways you came up in terms of like career.
Yeah.
Career-wise.
Thanks. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, but I could understand it would be hard to
but you actually
point your kid in a direction when they look at you and they're like, well, Dad didn't go to school, and look at Dad. He's doing fine.
You look like your family looks like a sitcom. Like it should be on CBS on Sunday nights. Coming up tonight, there's a doctor in the house.
Not your family. Man who lived in an empty house who lives in his wife's house while he does radio and she takes care of him. Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now? Glass homes, stones, etc. Glass homes that you don't afford, you can't buy.
I lucked out. What do you want from me?
Same did I. I can't even speak
Same
right.
did I.
Shut up.
Same did I.
Coming up tonight on CBS's Same Did I. Is there a doctor in the house?
All right, everybody on hold. I'm sorry. We got to move on. We're super late. I appreciate the calls. Look, man, you freak out over food fusion for some reason.
Yeah, you are all in.
It's too much.
Okay, all right.
But you're the one that brings it up all the time.
Now, Kimmy, normally we kill him, right? He's an idiot.
Oh, you found a bad one.
Look, I think this might be the one that's like, okay.
A food too far.
Well, see, it's not a food, it's a drink, right?
Oh.
And
alcoholic?
Yes. Look, we know that beer has been going in all sorts of different directions, right? And it's surprising.
Gorgonzola cream ale. What?
These are two very good things separately that would be delicious, but there is something about mixing these together.
In the beer.
If you've made the drunken mistake of eating this after having a bunch of beers, you already know that one brewery from Western New York, two companies from the New York area, upstate.
Combined.
Oh
boy.
We'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We're living in a world of food fusion.
Well, here we go now.
Things you never thought would go together. And they're wildly popular, Tommy. Someone in this room hates it.
Yes.
It's being small-minded. Small market, small-minded.
Stay in your food lane.
However, every trend has its limits. And mixing these two things together may be the official limit of what should be happening.
I can't wait to hear.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Why don't you lay eyes on the show this morning?
Lay eyes?
Yeah, take a look.
All right.
You can log on to...
Digest first.
You can check out the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch, and watch our live stream right here.
Yeah. Watch us talk.
I'm looking right at the camera. Hello. On YouTube and Twitch, you can get us at The Break Room WCMF. If you like, subscribe. We'll be there for you every single morning. And you can check out Tommy. I mean, your outfit's not all that wacky. Like, it is wacky.
You make fun of these shoes all the time.
Yeah, I know. They look ridiculous. But again, like, you're such an idiot lately with your outfits.
So I've completely warped your sense of, like, what is in fashion now.
Yes. No, that's exactly what you did. Our live stream, all of them brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Check out the Honey Smuggler Lager, malty and smooth, just like you.
Sounds good.
So as we're on a beer kick here,
Yeah, what do you got?
over the weekend, last weekend, there was a big-time collaboration between two Western New York businesses. Southern Tier Brewing Company, which is based in Lakewood, New York, and Perry's Ice Cream, which is based in Akron, New York, got together to introduce what they call Orange Twist Imperial Ale.
So what does it taste like?
It's a beer that is meant to taste like Perry's Orange Twist ice cream, which is a combination
Like a
of...
creamsicle?
Yes, vanilla and orange sherbet. And as I said that, I just threw up in my mouth a little bit.
I never got creamsicles. They always were gross to me.
Really?
I'm
Like not
with
even
them.
as a kid?
I'm with them.
Oh, I used to like them.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Only way I'll eat it is push pop
Huh.
with the Flintstones on.
It's the same. Yeah, it's the same
No, but it
flavor.
tastes
It's
a
that
little bit different.
creamsicle thing. It's just
Yeah.
gross.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Southern
It's
Tier
like
Brewery.
frozen batch.
How would you know?
All right.
That trip
It
to the
reminds
Arctic
me-
went terribly, terribly wrong.
You didn't like an orange Julius or anything like
No,
that?
no, I
Orange
did.
flavor?
Again,
No?
like
Oh,
it's like
big
it's
on
like
that.
it's like that drink is like a drink that can't make up its mind. Like I can't. What is it?
So here's the thing. Southern
Yeah.
Tier has great beers.
Yeah.
Perry's Ice Cream is a New York institution.
Oh, sure.
Yet that combination sounds absolutely disgusting. Sherbet, vanilla, and beer just does not work. Kimmy, you're going to argue that sounds good?
What do you think? Kimmy
well, is
Kegs
it a-
over here. She's lining up.
What kind of?
Cakes.
Is it it's an IPA or is it
I
a?
don't know, nerd.
Well, I'm asking because that does make a difference.
Well, yeah,
in the
because
way it
IPA is
tastes.
even nastier with that because that's a very distinct, sharp
Because
taste.
they have, and then I was gonna say if it's they have sour beers which are traditionally like fruity tasting.
Okay, but there's a difference between fruit
Yeah.
and ice cream.
cream, yes, and sour shouldn't all be in one taste.
Well, I don't know if I would call creamsicle sour.
No, but if you added sour taste to your
Well,
creamsicle,
it's just the way it's very tart.
you get a sour popsicle. I'm out.
Here's the thing.
Right.
We already know this will not work for a fact.
Yeah.
Because I know there are people listening right now, and the phone number is 252-WCMF. Have you ever made the mistake on a hot summer day of having a bunch of beers and then deciding to get ice cream afterwards?
No.
Okay, don't ever do it.
Yeah.
Because when you put that ice cream in
On top.
in a belly full of beer, your stomach immediately starts to destroy itself.
Oh, God.
It is the worst combination, ice cream on beer in your stomach, that's possible.
You get a little belly battle.
Yes, but they're doing it on purpose in this beer.
Yeah.
I'm getting sick.
Well, but is there actual ice cream in the beer, or is it just it tastes like?
Even if it tastes like
That would be like a beer float.
that's kind of what the impression I
Yeah.
look. I don't know if that's what it is.
Yeah.
Probably not. But that's kind of what it sounds like. Ice cream floating on top of it.
But yeah, it's gonna
Do
be a
beer
hit.
floats exist? Why do I feel like that's a thing?
Can you Google it? Why? Who would want that?
It's gonna be a hit.
No, it's not. I don't
Bro,
know.
if you told me you could put grapefruit in a beer and people would line up
Yeah,
and go, "You're
I mean,
out of
I'd
your
try
mind."
it. You wouldn't try like a citrusy
I would
orange
say-
beer?
No, well,
I-
that's different. I'll try this. I'll
Well,
drink
yeah,
like
think
Shot
about-
Top or Blue
I was
Moon.
gonna say you put an orange slice and a blue moon,
It's
right?
the vanilla
Yeah.
with the sherbet. It's not orange. It's sherbet. There's a difference.
Sherbet is a weird taste. Again, I don't like it.
I'm gonna go even further.
Yeah, they do make beer floats.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe
Why?
it's good. You wouldn't
No.
But
try it?
I've been saying this for years.
It's
All of a sudden, now
Guinness?
you're on my side.
Oh, they also make one with Guinness, though. It sounds pretty good. Chocolate ice cream.
Ah.
It actually sounds really good.
Okay, you're gross and. Bro, I can. Okay.
Yeah.
Look, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about Southern Tier Brewing and Perry's Ice Cream. They have gotten together to introduce Orange Twist Imperial Ale. It is meant to taste like Perry's Orange Twist Ice Cream, which is a combination of vanilla and orange sherbet. And I'll go a step further, man.
What's that?
Sherbet is the most busted of all the frozen treats.
Yeah.
What? Sherbet,
Nobody wants it.
Sherbet is what families that couldn't afford ice cream always had in their freezer. And Kimmy can back me up on this. Kimmy, you remember when we were kids, those families that had the big-ass plastic tubs of sherbet in their freezer?
Yes.
And, like, you go to a friend's house and someone would be like, you want ice cream? We'd be like, yeah. And you run to the freezer and you see a plastic clear tub.
I liked sherbet as a kid.
And it was all freezer burnt and gross.
Yeah, you had to get fresh sherbet.
No, but it always had that industrial tub. It looks like it would hold floor wax.
Yeah. And then,
it'd be like lime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you looked at, like, the dad of that family, and you were like, what, you didn't accomplish your dreams, so you couldn't afford ice cream, now you got sherbet in the freezer? And, like, okay, I'll tell you what it is. Sherbet tastes like ice cream that didn't graduate high school.
Yeah, it's slush.
Yeah, it was 3 credits short of getting its ice cream degree.
Sherbet, to me, was always, like, the middleman between Italian ice and ice cream.
I hate Italian ice, too.
Really?
That's stupid. Italian ice is stupid.
You're no fun. Well, I always hated, like, scooping it. That did suck.
No, it's like, again, Italian ice. Hey, it's like Italian ice tastes like someone's yelling ice cream from the other room.
Yeah, I loved it. I loved all that stuff as a kid.
Gah.
I would eat it now. It's not like a top of mind dessert, but if somebody said they had Italian ice, I'm all in.
Because that's just lemon.
Well, they have lemon, they have raspberry, they have a couple different.
But it's like on crushed. Is it on crushed ice or is it like an ice cream?
It's kind of like between it somewhere.
Yeah.
Like you have to scoop it.
I never liked it either.
By the way, the Italians are the worst at the frozen desserts. Someone want to explain spumoni to me?
Oh wait, you want me to explain spumoni?
Yeah, if you could explain spumoni though.
Yeah, I could take you on a little tour.
Yeah.
Of spumoni.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Where would that be?
Well, I have this little kiosk I set up in the men's room. Mm-hmm. Why don't you come on in?
Okay, what's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's So Delicious Spumoni Sauce to your mouth.
Spumoni?
It's like from Roma to your mouth.
Spumoni?
It is short trip.
Spumoni looks like Italian ice cream that somebody rolled under the couch.
Well, and it also smelled a little weird. Like there was a weird smell to it.
Yeah. Like when we worked.
Well, yeah, because you probably ate asparagus before.
You and I both worked at Luigi's Ice Cream in Spencerport at
Did you have
separate times.
spumoni?
Yeah, we had spumoni, but you always knew who was going to order the spumoni
when
before.
The old couple walked
you
up.
could smell the cologne from them getting out of the
car.
car.
My parents loved that stuff. My aunts and uncles, yeah. I never got Italian desserts.
It was also more melted than the other ice creams. It was like soupy. Ugh. Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We started this conversation with Southern Tier Brewing. Perry's Ice Cream have gotten together to make an Orange Twist ice cream. It's called Orange Twist Imperial Ale. It's supposed to taste like Perry's combination of vanilla and orange sherbet, which is Orange Twist ice cream. If there was a name of a man who was going to call and possibly defend this beer, I could not have written a better name.
So is it a hipster beer drinking name?
You don't get more hipster than this name.
And it's obviously it's not Gunther.
No. It might be worse.
Oh, worse than Gunther.
252-WCMF. Let's talk to Tristan. Hello, Tristan. You're on CMF.
Hey, I don't like your tone, guys. Listen, first of all, I don't agree with you on anything here. I love Italian ice. I love sherbet because there's no R in sherbet. Okay, guys?
Are you well-actualling me about sherbet?
He's going to be the grammar police.
Why do we call it sherbet?
Guys. It's sherbet. Look it up. But anyway, I digress.
He's right.
I don't care. Tristan sucks, but go on, Tristan. I'm sorry.
Have you ever tried Shut Up?
So I'm pretty sure I've had one of these beers before. At the Swillburger because they do lots of cool ales, and I absolutely loved it. And, I like trying different beers because maybe I'm a little bit of a hipster. You got me spot on.
Okay.
And, hey, don't knock it till you try it, all right?
All right, can I ask you a question, Tristan? Do you think that your parents named you Tristan because they knew what you'd become, or you were forced to become what you've become because your parents named you Tristan?
I think I was forced to become this because I was named Tristan after Brad Pitt from Legend of the Falls. So I feel like
it's never good to know who your mother was thinking about when you were conceived.
Ooh, that's so true.
Hey, Tristan, thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it.
All right,
there goes Orange Loving Tristan.
I would definitely try it.
But he said Swillberg's. enjoying different types of beers.
Swillburger is great. I like Swillburger. It's cool. You would like it too.
But that's a hipster joint.
What?
That's like that. Oh, come on, man.
Have you been inside?
Of course he hasn't.
I've been in it when it was something else.
That doesn't count.
Yeah.
Well, I had a gig there one time.
I drove by it once.
Yeah, that's why the place closed. They booked you to do a gig. Now it's Swillburger. Look, I will say this. These new beer fusions should come with a warning label because different people drink beer differently.
Well, they're heavy, right?
I mean, it all depends. It all goes back
not
and
always.
forth. But, like, here's what I'm getting at.
What's up?
You have folks who drink fast and a lot. You have folks who drink slow to
like to sip.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, you treat it like a whiskey.
And beers like this one, it feels like you're not supposed to have 5 of them at one time.
Yeah.
And there should be a warning label like, hey, take this one slow. Because, like, this weekend is St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah.
And it's a day for a lot of drinking. And even if you don't mean to, right, with the social environment, the music, the fun, the Sabres are going to be on, you're going to have NCAA tournament games on this weekend, you can lose track of how many you're having. And that's fine if you're drinking a Blue or a Jenny or a Bud or whatever.
Yeah.
It's not good when you're drinking something that has all kinds of fruit or sugar or some weird-ass blend that doesn't normally belong in a beer.
So I remember a couple years ago, I caught, like, I ended up going out on St. Patrick's Day, but a little later when everybody had already been at it for a while. And they were trying to introduce at this bar the new, it was like an orange flavored Jameson. Like they were releasing like a
whiskey.
new.
I remember that.
And I remember like they were like, you know, encouraging people to take shots of it and drink it. And I'm like, oh God, that is not going to be good for this person later on. But it was almost like at that point, they probably weren't even tasting it anyways.
Yeah. Well, like, Kimmy, we talked yesterday about how Jenny's bringing back the Ruby Red Kolsch. It should be in stores by Monday. It's on tap right now at the brew house, right? If you have 5 or 6 of those Ruby Red Kolsch's at one time, you're in serious trouble. Your stomach turns into the tropical bird exhibit at the zoo, and all the toucans are fighting each other, Tommy. Waka! Waka! Waka!
I feel like a lot of people also learned that lesson when Bud Light Lime became a thing, and all the beers, all the light beers started adding lime to it, and you're like, "This is great." Until to your point, you have like 5 or 6, and you're like, "Oh no, this is not gonna end well."
And like, don't get me wrong, I can appreciate flavors in a beer. Like, I love going to Three Heads, and the guys there are so great where they'll be like, "Here, try this, give this one a shot here, and I will take my time and I will just like enjoy it," right? Yeah. But if I don't know that this is not a beer I can't drink fast, that's an issue.
Yeah. Because you're a pounder.
Well, yeah. Yes, I am a pounder.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen you pound it many times.
It's gotten to the point where if you're not going to the bar to drink, you almost, or if you're not, it's almost BYOB at this point. Because if I go to a cookout and I'm gonna have a few beers, I don't want to end up at a guy's house who only has a couple of like unique craft beers. Do you get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Because like I'll try one for the experience, but I don't want to drink 3 or 4 like limoncello IPA, fill in blank, whatever. Especially if I'm gonna put food with those things too.
So when I used to drink heavily and go out at night.
Yeah, not like today.
I am back way down, bro. I don't even drink at work anymore.
That doesn't mean you're not drinking heavily.
I am not drinking as heavy as I used to.
Much better, thank you.
No, I'm way, bro. You'd be amazed.
That's a correct statement. I'm just saying you still drink heavily.
I'm down. Way down. See down here?
Yeah,
that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Wow, that's low.
What else would be down there?
Your mom. Did I get it right?
Yes, but like I can't imagine, like, because when I used to go out, I would go out for. I can't imagine pounding those beers, or even steadily drinking those beers all night.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it. Like I was just drinking whiskey, but the amount of just fluid in your gut.
Oh wait. Nah. Go ahead. You were gonna say, Kimmy?
Yeah, I feel like those aren't. You shouldn't drink those in mass quantities.
But when you go out
once.
for the evening, like kids go out for the evening, they go out all night, right? They pregame, then they're gonna go out. They're gonna go out till 2:00 in the morning. Are they drinking them goddamn heavy ass beer?
Sometimes, but again, you don't drink as many, and I think that's sometimes the mentality of people.
Okay.
That
I just know the drunker I get, the more I'm gonna suck down.
Exactly.
It's a vicious cycle.
Yes, that's my
Then
fear.
you switch to something lighter, I guess.
Okay.
But I'm not gonna have the foresight to do that once I'm buzzed.
I'm with them 100%, man. You're 100%. You are making a lot of sense, and I'd like to subscribe to your newsletter.
All right.
Let's take a break.
There you go.
They're doing it.
Who's doing it?
They are freaking doing it.
Who?
Because it was over 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. It was all done. It was over. Pack it in. Disappointing. Coaches on the hot seat.
That why you're
GM,
wearing what you're wearing.
Bro. They're going to do this. They're gonna do this.
Pretty close.
Did you see what happened last night?
No. Probably nobody did.
Everybody did because everyone was all excited. You weren't on social media for all the excitement. It's been over a decade since the Buffalo Sabres made the playoffs, and they were dead in the water.
Keeping your hopes alive.
Kimmy,
I'm not ready to celebrate yet.
I've never been more confident of anything in my life. They're going to effing do it.
Wow.
And we're going to get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Oh, buddy.
What's going on?
Oh, buddy. They were dead. It was over. There were changes coming. Fans wanted answers. And all of a sudden, it's going to happen.
So they went on a run here.
Bro, they've been on a run. The teams they need to not be on a run have gone off a run. Everything is lining up.
Yeah.
And look at me.
I'm looking at you.
It's going to happen.
So this is why you're wearing your little hoodie.
Well, my little hoodie. I could put 3 of you in these hoodies.
Well, yeah, but that's your skinny hoodie.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Last night, live on CMF, your Buffalo Sabres got a 4-0 win.
Damn, shutout.
Over the Islanders. And here's why that is big.
Okay.
So last night, before the game started, the Sabres were 5 points out of a playoff spot, 2.5 games. That playoff spot is held by the Islanders.
Oh, so you really jumped up.
That win last night put the Sabres within 3 points. They are a game and a half back as we speak of the 8th and final playoff spot in the Eastern Conference. Ahead of the Sabres are the Detroit Red Wings, who they play tomorrow at 12:30 live on CMF, and they also have the Red Wings one more time before the end of the regular season. Another team in front of them.
When is that, August?
Another team in front of them, the Washington Capitals, they play twice more before the season is over. And I believe they have the Islanders one more time, if I'm not mistaken, before everything wraps up.
No, I think they.
Was that the last one?
Okay.
No, I'm
yeah.
thinking of the Lightning. You're right. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. They played the Lightning in the last game of the season. The bottom line is this. The Sabres are 8-3-1 in their last 12 games. Their goalie, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen.
That's 3 guys in goal? No wonder they got
Is
the
that your
shutout.
fantasy?
It flows so well.
I love that name.
Ukko-Pekka
Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen.
Where is he from?
I think he's Finnish. I could be maybe Swedish.
All right.
One of them Nordic countries.
All right.
But their goalie, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, has been the best goalie in the NHL since January 1st. And they are, the last 3 weeks, the Sabres have finally started scoring at the pace that they were scoring last year. Tommy, they're going to do this.
So, how far do you think they're going to get before they disappoint you?
I'm going to talk to Kimmy now.
You know I'm right.
No, I know. No, I'm telling you right now, they're going to do this.
Well, what's the sense? I mean, they're not going to win the cup.
How do you know?
Because they're barely, they're not even in the playoffs.
But it's the
Wait, I thought he played goal last night.
just the potential to have a chance to go on a run
All right.
is what Sabres fans are excited about.
We are playing meaningful games
Yes,
in March.
yes.
That is what we are doing right now.
The season still counts at this point in the year. Yeah.
But didn't they go out and get all these young guys who were supposed to be great?
Yeah, I mean, it takes time for them to cook. I mean, hockey.
Bro, you've been saying that since I met you.
Look, I understand that they have not been on a great run.
And they pissed away a lot of good talent.
Oh, my God. I would like to know what that feels like in this room.
I had a lot of coaching changes.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of stuff going
They better
on.
get Lindy back.
Shut up.
Well, he had to run, bro.
You saw one story that former Sabres coach was Lindy Ruff was fired from the New Jersey Devils last week, and now you want to jump in like you know hockey.
You better go get Lindy.
He didn't have a great run the last couple of years.
Yeah, there's a reason he was out.
I love Lindy Ruff.
They get Tortorelli.
Tortorelli?
Yeah.
You mean the pasta?
Yeah. He was good.
John Tortorella is the head coach of the Philadelphia Flyers right now, and that guy's
He's bounced around a
he's
lot.
insane.
Right.
Yeah.
He was thrown out of a game the other night, refused to leave the bench, was fined, like $250,000 and suspended. And he was doing this while wearing a cast on his hand.
Wasn't there some bad PR that came out about him, too?
All right.
Oh, yeah, but which one?
I know.
All right, so you're excited. They could make the playoffs, possibly.
Yes, they're making a push towards the playoffs. They did.
Right.
They were 9-11 points out 3 weeks ago. If they win this game on Saturday, they could be a point out of a playoff spot with like 14 games to go. And now all of a sudden, you're just playing hockey. Now you're just playing hockey with a bunch of teams that are all in the mix with you. You don't have to make some crazy, insane jump like you have the last 3 weeks. You're there. You are there. I have never been more confident of anything in my life that this team is going to make the playoffs.
It's a lot of confidence
Look at me.
based on how they started the season.
And I always know, like, you call me the jinx.
Yeah.
I think you're actually the jinx. Because
Why?
when you start getting all giddy like this is when they start losing altitude.
Okay. Look me in the face.
Where else am I going to look?
I have never been more confident of anything in my life. You heard it here. You heard it here.
Right.
Okay, we heard it here
The
first.
Sabres are making the playoffs this season. They're playing too well. Their goalie is playing too well. Short of some, and I'm knocking on wood, catastrophic, out-of-control thing. They're making the playoffs.
They still have to win games, though.
They're winning
It's
games,
not like
Kimmy.
they're cruising into the playoffs.
All right, so here's the thing.
And you're depending on this goalie to stand on his head every night.
Which he has been doing since the first of the year.
All right, but that could come to an
And by the way, he's not standing on his head. I mean, he's playing great, but they're limiting shots, and now we're getting deep. See, now we're getting into the weeds here because you want to be a bitch and try and chop things off, and I'm here to tell you why you're wrong.
Is he good as Pekaduka?
Sabres win last night. They are 3 points away from a playoff spot. They have a game against the Detroit Red Wings on Saturday, tomorrow, live on CMF at 12:30. The Red Wings are currently ahead of them by a few points. If you win that game, if the Sabres win that game, they could be a point out of the final playoff spot in the Eastern Conference Saturday. Tomorrow, that could be a thing.
Wow.
Bro, I'm so juiced about this.
I know. I was looking for something to watch tomorrow.
Shut up, man. You should watch this game. It's going to be great. There is one thing that may make Sabres fans a little bit nervous.
Okay.
What?
Well, it's always a little something.
So
Five-game road trip.
That's it. That game tomorrow kicks off a 5-game roadie for the Sabres, including back-to-back West Coast games Monday and Tuesday night.
That West Coast kills you.
Sabres actually usually they play really well on the West Coast. They call it # Sabres After Dark. It's spicy. That's the other thing that sucks too. Like the game on Saturday is at 12:30, so that's cool. It's in Detroit, our time zone. Next week, all the games are 10, 9 o'clock starts.
Yeah, you're not going to, unless you
But you stay up and watch. It's so exciting.
If I stay up and watch, I'll have to come right into work when the game's over.
No, but the playoffs and the implications, it's a thing.
There's a lot of it. And here's the thing that sucks, too. I know I'm going to stay up to, like, right when the game starts, and then, like, I'm going to get sucked in. I'm going to be up to, like, 11:30 watching these games.
I don't know how you do it, bro.
I'm not happy about what's going to happen.
No, but just even stay interested in it.
Bro, last night's game was insanely
yeah, when it
intense.
means something.
It's just so frustrating to watch.
Shut up, man. You don't understand. You're not smart enough for hockey.
Not smart enough.
You're not smart enough for hockey. You don't understand it.
I don't understand it because it's too stupid.
Well, this is the time.
That's an argument a smart man would make.
Yes.
This is the time of year to get into it if you're going to.
It's all out now, man.
Well, it is.
They go for it. Unlike those other sports, they dial it back in the playoffs.
Every shift, every possession,
everything counts.
Everything matters, bro. I'm telling you, man. Like
every skate,
every puck
handle, every step shot.
My daughter had
karate chopping.
My daughter had like get ready for tryouts practice last night, right? And I'm watching the game at the rink. And I had that feeling again that I haven't had in a very long time because like watching playoff hockey is unlike.
It's a different game.
Kimmy, every shift, you got your heart in your throat watching playoff hockey. And I was having that last night until the Sabres started to pull away. They scored 3 goals in the second period. It was amazing.
Which is incredible, yes. But they don't normally do that.
No, they have been.
I mean...
Well, that's what. Doesn't that make it exciting?
They scored 7 goals against the Red Wings earlier this week.
I know, but normally when you watch hockey, it's 2-1, it's 1-0.
No, because that's how I know you don't watch hockey.
0-0 overtime loss.
There's no such. How does that even work?
I don't know, but it's probably a thing down the line.
There's no such thing as ties anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Are you that stupid? That's been a thing for like 10 years.
I can't think the last time I watched a hockey game.
That's what I'm telling you. Watch it. It's the NHL's never been better than it is right now.
But they don't fight. They don't really check anymore.
There was a fight last night in the Sabres game. They do check. The fight came from a check last night, a brutal check in the Sabres game. Shut up, stupid.
And they all look like little kids.
Yeah, because you old.
No, I like old school ugly hockey players. They were ugly back in the day. Missing teeth, beards, long hair.
Yeah, some of them have missing teeth.
Yeah.
That's always been a thing.
Oh.
Shut up, stupid. Tomorrow.
Wasn't an insult. Did I see a jawing back and forth between two players, and the end result was you have no teeth?
Yes, that would. Which I also thought that was interesting. Like, kind of makes that guy tougher. Anyway, tomorrow, live on CMF, the Sabres continue their march towards their inevitable playoff spot, 12:30 against the Detroit Red Wings in the new Joe at CMF.
What's the new Joe?
Joe Louis Arena. They have a new arena in
They
Detroit.
call it the Joe.
Yeah.
So there's going to be like watch parties all over town tomorrow.
Well, yeah, because it's St. Patrick's Day, so every bar's going to have this game
true.
on, stupid.
Oh, yeah.
It will.
I don't know what he's trying to do.
I don't know either.
I don't think he knows what he's trying to do. And look, I don't know why you're in like such a weird mood today, because you should be super excited.
About what?
Well, a package you've been waiting for, has it shown up at your house yet?
No.
You've been tracking it for like weeks.
You've been telling us all about it.
So I don't know how it's
Where it
getting
is.
They say it's going to be here today, but it didn't make any sense.
Okay. Well, why? Because did it come from a faraway place?
Yes.
And it's necessary.
Far, far away land.
It's absolutely necessary that you would have to buy these things from this faraway
Well, you can't find
place.
them here, apparently.
Okay. If you listen to the show on a regular basis, you know that we kill Tommy for what he wears. But I promise you, there has never been anything more sissified, ridiculous,
Never before.
unnecessary than what Tommy has coming to his house. And I promise you, whatever you are imagining it is, it's worse.
All right.
And you can't wait for these.
Hopefully they're here today.
The amount you paid on shipping.
Where are you going to wear these?
Out, in, anywhere. Out and about.
We'll tell you what is going to show up on Tommy's front step, maybe even today. And we'll do it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are folks who spend big money on clothes, jewelry, sunglasses, shoes.
Yeah.
And the reason to do that is pretty obvious. You want people to think you're big money.
Mm-hmm.
You want them to see a label or the quality and go, ooh, that's a big timer right there. But there are some articles of clothing you can't see. So why the hell would someone spend the money to have something like this imported to wear here in Rochester?
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. You can log on to the contest page at WCMF.com.
Like a lagoon.
Yep. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see John Anderson and the Band Geeks' Yes, Epics, Classics, and More tour June 3rd at the Kodak Center. Tickets go on sale today in exactly 1 hour and 50 minutes at Ticketmaster.com. So good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. So, Kimmy.
Yes?
The other day, we're sitting here during a commercial break in the studio, and Tommy's on his phone, and we get the, ooh, because you got an email about something you bought?
Yeah.
Article of clothing?
Dress socks.
Yeah, you got dress socks. I always find it weird that you buy your dress socks online because there are several places here in Rochester you go buy dress socks.
And
right?
I would think with the way you're picky about them, you'd want to like feel them for the material. And,
but once you know the fabric, you know what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so why did you have to order these dress socks online?
Because they don't sell them around here at all.
Oh, they don't sell them in Rochester?
No.
Okay, so like, do they sell them in like New York City or Toronto?
They don't seem to.
Oh, no kidding. Wow, it's that unique. So where are these socks coming from?
Italy.
International dress socks.
You bought Italian imported socks.
How many do you get in a pack?
You buy them separately.
So you're buying individual pairs of socks. How many did you purchase?
This one, I saw a pair I liked, so I jumped on.
Just bought one pair of socks.
A single pair.
I can't believe they still had them.
You have a pair of socks coming from Italy. A single pair of socks. Okay, but like, why would you use like just... Why would you buy like cotton Italian socks as opposed to ones you can like walk down the street and get somewhere else?
Well, they're not cotton.
They're not cotton?
No.
They're like, what are they like? What?
They're chiffon.
You bought chiffon dress socks.
It's a finer material.
Okay. From Italy.
You don't want a thick sock in a dress shoe. It didn't work.
Okay. Can I pause the story? It's timeout. I'd like to use one of my timeouts, Kimmy.
Sure. You're awarded that timeout.
Thank you. What is chiffon?
It's like a thinner material.
What is it made out of?
Well, chiffon is the material.
Okay, but like
it's very. I didn't know that they made socks out of this material because it's very popular with like women's like gowns. I'm not kidding. It's, like if you see like a flowy like bridesmaid's dress or something, it's usually chiffon.
Okay. So you bought socks made out of a bridesmaid's dress that were imported from Italy. How long ago did you buy these?
I can't believe they're getting here so fast. Like the turnaround's amazing. So they went from Italy to Japan, and yesterday they were in Japan, and they were in Memphis last night, and they're saying they're going to be at my door today. I don't know how FedEx does that.
Wow, it's probably because you're a VIP, buying chiffon dress socks from Italy.
Socks around the world.
But they got these colors you can't get any. This is a very Italian colored sock, and I can say that because I'm Italian.
All right. So the question everyone listening is dying to know, Tommy, what did you spend on one pair of chiffon imported Italian socks?
Oh, I can tell you because my wife's taking an aerobics class right now.
Okay.
$27
for one pair of socks.
She
wait, and that's before, I'm guessing, shipping and handling.
Yeah.
How much was that?
Huh?
How much was shipping?
A lot.
Was it as much as the sock?
Close.
You spent almost $50 on one pair of dress socks.
Yes.
On a single pair of socks.
Yes.
Question.
When you put it like that, it sounds terrible.
You mean like when you say what it is?
When you raise your voice like that.
Are these socks that you will be wearing here to work, or are these just dress socks that you save for special occasions?
Well, wait a minute.
Okay, all right.
I
so you're
snazz
gonna
it up
get your
for the
use
office.
out of them, yeah.
You make fun of my socks all the time.
I know. I didn't know if these were something you were, purchasing for a reason.
Okay. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, you're a man who loves his outfits. If you watch the live stream on a daily basis, you know.
I like my threads.
And we kill you, but the stuff you spent money on in the past, I guess it made sense because as much as you look like an elf at Cher's North Pole, the money you spent on your clothes, they were on display.
Yeah. You can literally see my socks right now.
Bro.
Yes, you can.
Bro.
You make fun of them all the time. Yeah, you got to see them.
Look, I can see your shirt, pants, boots, whatever. You just spent a bunch of money on special clothing flown from halfway around the world that no one could see. And even if they could see them, no one's going to know what the hell they are.
I'll know.
Who cares?
And I get compliments.
You've gone too far. No one's going to compliment your sock.
People tell me to move all the time or get out of the way. I take those as compliments. And it's a color you can't get anywhere else.
It's a specialty color.
Yes.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
And you can only get this color in Italy because only Italians would think of this particular color.
Can you describe the color, or should we wait
I
till the
can tell
socks
you.
show up? I want to wait till the socks show up.
All right.
You want to be surprised?
Guess that color? All right.
Kimmy, true or false?
Yeah.
The person that buys high-end underwear or socks is a sucker. And I mean men when I say this, not women.
But what are we considering high-end underwear?
By the way, you
Because
Lululemon
I was
that
going to
crap.
say,
Not
because...
undies. I
No?
ain't spending Lululemon underwear. I got Lululemon underwear money.
I didn't know if you meant like designer underwear or like
I go for
high-end fabric underwear.
So I buy that Tommy John they sell on the TV.
Yeah, I still think
I
you're
love
a
that stuff.
sucker for that. Sucker.
It's so comfortable.
Comfortable sucker.
By the way, at my age, I need comfort around my body.
See, I always kind of thought men were picky about that,
They weren't,
spending money on their underwear. And
okay, I
socks.
think there's the.
but they invented more comfortable underwear.
Okay,
Yeah.
there's bottom of the barrel where you're spending like $10 on a 12-pack of tighty whities, like that. I get.
And they pinch.
Then there's like the middle of the road where you're spending $30 on 2 pair of underwear. If you exceed $30 per
I don't.
pair of underwear or socks,
Well, sorry.
you're a sucker, because there is no way there is a pair of underwear or socks that is worth more than $30.
But let me tell
Are
you
you
something.
afraid to try? Because, like, I'd be afraid if I were you that, like, you try an expensive pair of socks or underwear and you love it and now you can't go back.
Because you used to say, like, expensive underwear for sissy boys, right?
Well, I
Yeah,
guess
it was a sissy boy game.
Well,
right?
I mean, this is a sissy boy game.
Okay, but now you look at that Duluth Trading Company, and they sell that as like working man stuff. That stuff's expensive, man.
Okay, but
that
see-
their underwear where the beaver's biting your balls, and then you put the other stuff on, and the beaver can't bite your balls no more. That's expensive underwear,
Okay.
and that's working man, hold a hammer, whitey, tidy whitey.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Tommy ordered what are going to end up being a $50 pair of chiffon socks being flown to him from Italy. A single pair.
But you make me sound so douchey when you say it.
You're the biggest douche that ever existed. Like, Italian chiffon socks sounds like a 50s song that the Big Bopper sang. He's got chiffon socks and they came in a box over Italy. You can't see. Like,
You and Pat's mom.
shut up. No, you can't switch it because you know you's a bitch. Like, there's not another man in your life where you could look him in the face and said, I bought $50 imported Italian chiffon socks, and that guy would not burst out into laughter. Name one man in your life you could do that.
I don't know.
You can't. So why would you
I
do
mean,
it?
I don't spend my money on a lot of stuff.
You spend
I
your money on
know.
everything.
No, I don't. I don't golf. I don't fish. I don't have a jet ski.
Okay.
Like
He spends on socks and undies and belts.
and alcohol and cigar. I mean, I have very limited tastes
I agree with
and
that.
interest.
You have very limited taste.
Can I live
But that's not living.
in chiffon?
What is okay? Like, why does chiffon feel so good? What about it?
It's the fabric. I'm telling you, man. If
It's
you wear, because I wear dress shoes all the time.
Yeah, no, you're big.
And
dress
you
shoe
hate
guy.
it.
Yeah, because you're stupid.
And I'll tell you why you hate it.
Why is that?
Because you have the wrong sock for the shoe.
Oh, is that what it is?
So you need a thinner sock.
Okay.
All right, for a dress shoe, and then your feet won't hurt.
Okay. You could also make the argument that you could just stop wearing dress shoes to work every day because it's unnecessary.
But I like wearing dress shoes. I like looking presentable.
You're the
And as
only-
I get older, I don't want to look like some schlub-ass old man waddling around bow-legged looking for my wife. You know what I mean? I
Sure.
want to look like at least I'm lucid.
No, I hear you, man. Nothing says lucid like I spent $50 on a pair of imported Italian chiffon
And by the way, you're the
socks.
one that kept bringing it up because Pat and I were never like, hey, where are your socks at today, Tommy? Where in the world are Tommy's socks?
Well,
Where
was getting
in the world are Tommy chiffon socks?
you would like wait until we were both in the room to bring up where your socks are at that point in the day.
Well, I got one of them app
Trackers.
trackers
Yeah,
that
but you don't
shows
have
you
to
like,
say it out loud.
but it shows you like where on the map where it's sitting, and then where it's going, it gives you like the little line towards Rochester.
That's really cool, man.
There was a line from Tokyo to me.
Get out of here. That's my house right there.
I'm on Tokyo's radar, bro.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Chuck. Hey, Chucky, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. I'm just wondering where Tommy's going to take these socks when he gets a hole in them to have them fixed.
Why is chiffon a delicate fabric?
I believe that's what the wedding gowns are made of. Are you going to take it to a seamstress doing wedding gowns? That's going to be pretty damn expensive. Hey, don't do that wedding gown. Fix my socks.
All right, Chuck, what does the average pair of underwear you own cost?
Oh, I have no idea what a pack of underwear costs that I wear. I haven't bought a pack. That's Christmas presents. That's what grandkids give me.
That's a man right there. His grandkids hate him so much he gets underwear for Christmas. Chucky, great call, buddy. Thanks for the call. I really appreciate it. I don't think Chuck appreciates it.
I don't think so either.
No.
I think Chuck thought we were all on the same team. I threw a curveball.
Team Chuck.
Look, man, for men, when it comes to socks and underwear, middle of the road is totally fine.
No, but that's where I start the foundation of my outfit. I start with socks, underwear, compression tees. I need all that stuff. Like those compression T-shirts. Mm-hmm. They pull in the boobs. They help my back.
Okay.
I got the old man flub. So like it straightens me out a little bit.
Okay.
I care about how I look. Listen, I got an oogly face. I'm not getting a facelift, but I can at least dress this pig up a little.
No, I hear you, Kimmy. I was out at the bar the other night, and all of the ladies were saying, you know what we need in here? A man with a $50 pair of Italian imported chiffon socks. I would knob the hell out of Italian chiffon sock man, which was the worst of the Marvel superheroes. Ow! Ow!
Do you feel like you waste your outfits on us? Because
today, yes.
It's not like you go out all that much. You're not very social. So, like, you buy a lot of nice, clothing, but we're the only ones who see it most of the time.
I usually, if I leave the house, I don't like to leave the house.
So, if you're just running an errand in the afternoon, you'll put on your best.
Not my best, but I'll dress nice.
Okay.
I will stop whatever. If I have to go to Wegmans or something like that.
Yeah.
Even Home Depot, I will put on nicer clothes.
At the Home Depot?
Yeah.
Unless I got to pick up mulch or something.
Yeah,
but if
you're
I'm
not doing that. I mean, look at your body. You're tiny.
I can't do it today.
No.
But no, I try to look presentable.
Okay.
Does that sound bad?
Bro, a sweatshirt and jeans is presentable.
No, that's not. No, that's bare minimum.
Man, you could do bare minimum your whole life when you're shopping at the Home Depot?
Well, look nice.
At the Home Depot?
I get dressed up.
For who? Carl?
So,
in his vest?
Even if we're having drinks at home, on a Friday night, we have cocktails and stuff. We hang out. I will dress nice.
That's insane.
Yeah, that is. It's a little.
Maybe it's my generation.
Does your wife care?
Oh, shut up, your generation.
I know.
That guy just called up.
Have you seen the way our dads dress? They're the same generation.
I promise you right now, my dad is wearing a sweatshirt from Stephen Barry's that he's owned for 25 years, and it doesn't fit him, but he doesn't care. He's wearing it anyway.
So I got a couple pairs of shoes that don't leave the house.
You have house shoes?
Yeah, they're like slip-on loafers. They're nice, but I'll wear them around the house when we're having drinks, like Friday, Saturday night, before dinner. I'll dress nice. I'll take a shower. I'll clean up, shave.
Does your wife care? I think you're just doing this for yourself.
No, she dresses nice. She'll put on an outfit. We'll hang out. And then sometimes we'll go out to dinner. We'll go out for cocktails. We'll go out for sometimes we'll just go out for apps and come home and then have more cocktails at home. We drink a lot.
You bought shoes knowing you weren't going to wear them out of the house.
Yeah. I don't want to be some old man in slippers.
Nobody's going to see you.
You know what it reminds me of?
What?
My father, man.
Okay.
Strung out on Robitussin and smelling like tinkle, walking around in grody slippers. He just looked terrible, man.
252 WCMF. Folks have been waiting patiently. I do want to give, I want to hear opportunity, or I want to give the opportunity for people to talk because maybe there are folks here to defend you.
No.
Well, you never know. 252 WCMF.
You ring, you wiggle the dick tray and they all come out.
Because those guys are dicks is what you're saying.
They big dicks. And here they come for Tommy. And his nice house shoes.
252 WCMF. Tommy bought a $50 pair of Italian imported chiffon socks, a single pair. Pete's on CMF. Hey, Petey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up? Hey, Tommy, are you going to wear them socks?
Yes.
Yes. Pat.
Yes.
How many jerseys and sneakers do you have in your closet that you haven't even worn?
Ooh.
I mean, there's a pretty significant amount.
How much do
Thousands.
How much do you spend on one jersey?
You have 1,000 jerseys.
Oh, no, but here's the thing, Petey. I go super economical on the jerseys. Like, I don't spend a lot of money on them.
Yeah, $300 for a jersey you're never going to wear. Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's actually the opposite of what I said, Pete. Pete, you're defending a man getting Italian chiffon imported socks.
I don't care what he wears.
He's not going to let you borrow. He's not going to let you borrow, Pete.
Well, if I keep talking nice, he might.
Pete, what's the most expensive pair of underwear you own?
Under Armour.
Okay, and what was?
Well, that's not cheap.
$100 says he got them at Marshalls.
They're $20 a piece. No, I got them at. I think I got them at Dick's.
Oh, you didn't tell me you were a millionaire, Pete, calling the show.
Yeah, okay.
Petey, thanks for the call, buddy.
Okay, see ya.
Have a good rest of the day. 252 WCMF. So that guy defended you.
And the sneaker culture you're a part of, the collectible culture you're a part of. Mm-hmm. You're off the charts with this stuff. No, but you have sneakers you don't wear.
Yeah, you do.
You have sneakers that you're never going to sell and you don't wear. At least I wear mine around the goddamn house.
Did you hear what you just said? That's your defense? At least
yes,
I wear
it
them
is.
around the house?
You buy stuff to walk in. You will not walk in.
I buy them with the intention of wearing them, and then they're so pretty I can't wear them because I don't
Say
wear
that
them.
out loud again.
That is
Okay, well,
weird.
shut up, chiffon.
My sneakers are so pretty I can't wear them.
The clothes you wear sounds like a 1950s backup singing group.
The chiffons?
Thank you. 252 WCMF. Austin's on CMF. Hey, Austin, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up? By the way, I'm Tommy Nation all the way with this one.
Mm-hmm.
All right, buddy.
Why? Why?
Because
cool.
when you want to look nice, like going out in public, people know you. You're a public figure.
I meet the fans, yes.
Hey, Austin thinks it's a good idea. Austin, how much chiffon stuff do you own?
Absolutely none.
Check it out, bro.
Are you a guy that considers yourself dressing nice?
No, because I'm too busted to buy the nice stuff.
So your dream is to one day grow to a point where you too could buy a single pair of $50 imported Italian shirts. You can't even not laugh, Austin. You lie. Team Tommy bought balls.
I'm in process of trying to buy a suit for my wedding, and that's going to be the start of my, I guess, fashion journey, as they say.
Okay. That's going to be the end of your money.
Austin, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the
Later.
day. All right. See, people are defending you. Maybe I'm off base. Maybe I'm the stupid one for thinking
you are
dumb for spending $50 on imported Italian chiffon socks.
I only have so much time left on this planet. Can I just enjoy myself?
I just want to spend it in chiffon socks.
Yeah. I want to be buried in chiffon.
I can't wait to see these things, man. They better be the greatest goddamn socks that ever existed. Like
I'm sure he's hoping that too, because otherwise it's going to be a waste. What if you get them and you don't like them? Oh, this isn't the color it said on the website.
Well, it's a very unique name of a color.
All right, tell me the name.
It's pistachio green.
Shut up. Shut up.
Can you get more Italian than pistachio green?
You bought pistachio socks?
Pistachio green striped socks.
Striped?
Striped. And it's a wine, it's a burgundy wine stripe that runs through it. So it's burgundy and pistachio.
Okay. All right. Can't wait to see him.
I can't even look at you.
Over the calf.
I'm so ashamed of you. I can't even look at you right now. What are you, De Niro in Casino over the calf?
I got to buy over the calf socks. I don't like them drooping. I like them up. I like my socks tight.
Let's take a break.
All right.
This is very valuable information for folks that may be going out for St. Patrick's Day this weekend.
What's going on?
Well, look, we know that the folks, the authorities in every town across the state are going to be doing DWI stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And you shouldn't drive drunk.
Yeah, this is a bad time.
So, rideshare, good idea, right?
Yeah.
Well, it turns out there's a scam that folks have been getting got by being run by some rideshare drivers.
So it looks legit.
No. You take an Uber, everything works out, and then the next day there is an additional charge. Kimmy, have you heard about this scam?
I've not seen this.
It's called the Vomit Scam, and we'll tell you all about it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. we are here to look out for you.
Who?
You, the three of us, everybody listening. We're here to look out for them.
Oh, okay.
Watch out! No, because this weekend, if you are planning on drinking responsibly,
yeah, buddy,
you may call a ride-sharing app.
You should.
And this scam could get you got. And it's a scam you wouldn't see coming in a million years, and would be impossible to prove didn't actually happen.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, log on to the contest page at WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see John Fogerty at CMAC June 11th, courtesy of Bowery Presents. Tickets go on sale in exactly 1 hour and 22 minutes at Ticketmaster.com. There is a new call from some consumer groups to be more careful when you're getting ride-sharing trips from places like Uber and Lyft.
So what's the move they're doing?
All right, so it has nothing to do with your safety and everything to do with your wallet.
Yeah.
It's called the vomit scam. So there have been reports of Uber and Lyft drivers falsely reporting passengers have thrown up in their cars during the ride or broken something. So according to the story, when something like that actually happens on a ride that they give, some quick-thinking drivers started taking dozens of pictures from different angles of the gross mess or stuff that is broken.
Okay.
Then they save those pictures, and down the road, when they want to run this scam, they will submit those pictures to Uber or Lyft.
Like it just happened.
Yeah, and say you did it.
And so do they automatically whack my bill?
That's what it seems
I
like.
think it probably, yeah, because they have all your credit card information and stuff. Maybe it's just an automatic charge.
A day or two after your trip, you'll be charged anywhere between $80 and $150 for
$150
for
like
a
a cleanup
damage
fee.
Yeah, damage and cleanup fee.
Damn.
And here's the ass kicker. Unless you, the rider, have proof most of the time, there's no way to fight the fee. Unless we're wrong, 252-WCMF. The driver has photographic evidence. You don't. So you are SOL, baby.
So how many times can a driver pull this move before they
it's
get a little...
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because they track everything with these apps, right? So, I mean, you're also saying this guy's saying, like, you had 10 vomits in your car
in
this
one
week?
day.
But I mean, it's I'm sure you can't do it all the time.
But you know how people get greedy.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, is it out of the question on a Saturday night that every weekend somebody yaks or breaks something in your car?
I will say this, if you
I've
could pop that... I'm sorry.
I was going to say, no, I've seen some... I've seen women vomit into their purse and miss.
And that was church.
Yeah.
So it turns out there is a way you can fight this.
Yeah, but is it worth it to chase down the money?
You have to be actually proactive to fight it.
What do I do?
Experts suggest every time you get out of an Uber or Lyft that you take a picture of the back seat you're leaving and to get as much of it as you can. So if this person does try to run this scam, you can send that picture to Uber or Lyft so you don't have to pay for damages.
That's a lot of work. And by the way, if I'm buzzed, I just want to get home and get to bed.
Sure.
I'm not doing that crap, man.
There's also the point that you look like a psycho taking the picture of the back of a stranger's car.
Right.
And also, in taking those pictures, if the driver understands what's going on, you are essentially telling them, hey, man, you look like a piece of crap who could totally scam me afterwards, right? Now, what we don't know based on these warnings is how often stuff like this happens, both the scam or the folks messing up the backs of ride-sharing services, right? But you would have to think like stuff like this happens on a semi-regular basis. Like it actually happening happens on a semi-regular basis. 252-WCMF, if you drive for one of these services, do you have to clean up after people? Because that's a lot to ask a human being.
Well, if you're picking up other rides for the night, you're going to have to clean your car.
Or you'd have to shut it down for the night.
Which I'm losing all my money on a Saturday night, right?
But can you imagine having to clean up a stranger's puke?
No. And by the way, that may not be the only thing, right? Listen, I've gotten so drunk. I have wet myself. And I'm not talking because I was old.
Yeah. The worst part about that is somebody could get in the car somebody could get in the car before the driver even notices.
And you're sitting in a puddle of stranger pee.
Yeah.
It's all over your pants. You got stranger pee pants. And by the way, you're also not thinking of like other stuff that could end up back there.
Oh, bro, there's all kinds of...
No, I mean, blood, poo, that thing. But then, like, you know, like we've all seen those couples that are amorous getting into the back of the Uber thing, right? And, you know, if he's positioned behind the seat where he can't see.
Right, the sex is flying. Yeah.
You got yourself a bad situation.
You got yourself some sex fluids.
Can you be banned from Uber or Lyft?
I think so. I think you can.
So
but I think it would have to be...
You get flagged, right?
The only case I know is like where there was like a fight between the driver and passenger.
Okay, wait. Someone you know got in a fight with a driver?
No, I remember hearing about it. It was like in Syracuse or something.
No, there've been a couple where they were like high-end. One was like a CEO or something, and he got into a fight with the guy.
Oh, yeah, I remember that story.
And I thought one of them was a CEO of like a lower-end but management guy for Uber got pissed off at a guy.
Like, how bad would you have to be in the back of a ride-sharing service that, by the way, has that star rating program to let drivers determine if they want to pick somebody up? Like, we've taken your ability to use ride-sharing, because you would never be banned from a cab company.
No.
They wouldn't be able to tell.
Right. And they still take your money anyway. They don't care. They just hope some scams out. But I'm thinking, like, too, like, there's a reason why I'm taking you. I'm in a bad way here. Like, I can't drive a car, and I know it.
Yeah, there are people that aren't drunk that take Ubers.
Yeah,
no,
because
but
they
I'm
don't
saying,
want to deal
like,
with parking or, you know what I mean?
But
like,
Saturday night, midnight, I'm in a bad way.
I mean, that's when they let it all hang out. After midnight.
That's when they all come out.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this thing called the vomit scam with ride-sharing services. Long story short, if somebody pukes or breaks something in the back of a car, some Uber, Lyft folks, drivers, have been taking multiple pictures from multiple different angles. When somebody does that, they report it to Uber or Lyft, and they bang your credit card because you should have to pay for doing that. Problem is, when they save those pictures, they'll then send them to Lyft for people that were in the back of their car that didn't actually do that. You get banged. There's no way to fight it, and they have taken $80 to $150 out of your wallet.
I think about fighting it, too, because there's... How do you fight it? Because there's no phone number. You'd have to do it through email.
Sure.
And
is there a phone number?
Some of these places don't. They just have email.
All right, that was a very old man take. Now, you might be right, but just to assume
that
there's no number to call.
I don't, because I know Facebook does not have a number that they answer.
Okay. I know.
So I'm wondering if Uber does the same thing.
I know you can submit, like, you know.
But it had to all be email.
But like most
or
people
through
prefer
the app
that. I would prefer
No, but like you couldn't like get anybody on the phone to talk this through.
Well, I don't know
such
because
an old head take, man.
Well, here's the thing. I know people that have. Go ahead.
What?
Operator! Give me a real person! Operator!
No, what you say is representative.
Representative! I'm sorry.
I know
Thank you for correcting me with the old man take.
Forgotten things in Ubers or Lyfts, and they somehow get connected to the driver's actual number.
Oh, okay.
To call and see if they have their stuff.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Harry. Hey, Harry. How are you, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good. What do you got?
So I used to be an Uber driver, too. And when I first got my new car, I gave this college couple a ride home.
Yeah.
And they puked all over my seat.
Brand new car.
All over, yes.
Cloth seats, too?
And no, actually, they're like a hybrid between leather and cloth.
Oh, look at you. Fancy man Harry.
Yeah. Actually, it was the only car they had on the lot that was in my price range. So.
They call it the chiffon of Harry rides.
Ooh, look at that.
That's true. Yeah. What you were saying, Harry?
Yes, you do have to clean up after them. Luckily, I used to be a certified nurse's assistant, so I'm kind of used to
fluids
dealing with gross stuff.
Okay. All right. How long did it take you to clean out the back of that car, Harry?
About 2.5 hours.
So you're not working for 2.5 hours, man.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So, and I didn't know that you could turn it in to Uber, and I didn't find out till the next day. And by that time, I had already cleaned up the mess. So I
break out the vomit back.
Harry, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Jesse writes us. It's a girl, Jesse.
Oh, Lady Jess.
Yep. I thought I got scammed like this the night before Thanksgiving. My Uber account was charged $100 for puke cleanup. Turns out my fiance actually threw up on the floor when I fell asleep on the ride and didn't tell me. And he did it when I booked the ride, so now my perfect rating is gone.
Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, you better know who you're getting in that Uber with if you're the one that called it.
I feel worse for the guy here because he probably thought he got away with it.
But what a couple. She's passed out and he's puking.
Well, I mean, it's the night before Thanksgiving. Oh, shut up, you drunk. You're going to judge them. You just said I would pee my pants in the back of an Uber.
I was a young man.
252-WCMF. Let's talk to Joe. Hey, Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up?
What up?
How you doing?
Good.
All right. So I don't have a 2-hour cleanup like Harry did, but you definitely hope if you do have to do cleanup, it happens at the end of the night, so you can make your money beforehand. And yes, you could ask not to be paired with that rider again. Same same with that. I submit photos with the dash cam or the video. I've had someone vomit twice in my car. Unfortunately, someone got sick just from food.
Oh.
Felt bad, but go ahead.
No, it felt bad, but
we're getting grossed out. Go ahead.
But, it's a business. You still got to make money at the end of the day. You have to clean it up. It's terrible, of course. Someone actually urinated in the car once. Terrible. People sometimes smell so bad, like from perspiring. You got to get the carpet cleaner out for that. And then it's always up to Uber and Lyft what they want to charge. So you just submit the photo, and that's about it.
Are they allowed to fight it if you submit the photo, like the person who you claim was either pee or pukey or smelly?
You can appeal it. Yeah, it's up to Uber. At that point, I don't know what happens, but usually I just get the money from them, and then whatever happens, I have no idea after.
All right, well, Joe, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Thanks, man. You too.
I didn't even think about just straight up sweat.
Or just stinky.
Yeah.
B.O.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Ugh.
Let's take a break. There is someone who is $50,000 richer in the greater Rochester area.
Nice.
Here's the only problem. We don't know who it is.
Oh.
And the person who made the $50,000 may not know who they are. Because we haven't heard a name yet, or at least we haven't heard this thing has been claimed.
Just the location.
And this is an amount of money with this game where you may not know that you're entitled to this much cash, especially if you're not an everyday player. And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Someone in the city of Rochester won a nice chunk of change this week.
Sweet.
Problem is, we don't know who they are.
Oh.
And they may not know who they are. Because, like, when you don't hit the grand prize, and maybe if you're not an everyday kind of player.
Yeah.
Do these people know that they have money coming?
Oh, they would have to know.
Based on what?
I don't know.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. So a third prize ticket for Wednesday's Powerball was sold at the East Ave Wegmans this week. And that ticket is worth $50,000.
Damn.
Even after taxes, nice chunk of change.
Oh, yeah.
So we don't know who it is yet. And the state said they are still waiting for this person to come forward and claim their cash. So, Tommy, you would say it's impossible for you not to know that you hit on a third prize ticket.
So it's a weird hit because you didn't hit the grand prize.
Right.
You hit a. Do they alert you?
Well, how would you? They don't have your information.
Right. I think
You
it's
just
something
bought a lottery
you
ticket.
Well, you
have
best
to.
to follow it then. You must know you hit.
Wait,
All
you say what?
You follow it.
Well, I mean, not everybody is an everyday player, right?
No, but if you bought a ticket,
yeah,
wouldn't you check?
Okay, so how many numbers do you have to hit to win 50 grand?
I have no idea.
That's the problem.
Yeah, like if you hit a couple numbers, you're like, well, that was fun. Try again next week. I wouldn't know, to your point, that I won that much money.
That is horrifying. To
But
think that there may be someone that has 50 grand and not know they have 50 grand.
Yeah, no kidding.
Is there a big jackpot right now, or
20. I thought it said like 260
Oh,
million.
okay.
I could be wrong.
Because
It might
I
be
always
26. I
assume
saw 26. That's right.
I always assume that you're a pretty regular lottery player if you're playing just at like random times when there's not a lot of hype going on.
Okay, possible.
Yeah.
If you're a regular, you're probably checking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you're a me, I didn't win. I would have thrown it out.
Well, I don't know. Is 200? Let's say it is 260 million. Is that worth enough to
I don't know,
play?
but you know how like when it goes up and everybody's out buying a ticket, I think those people would be more likely to not know what you won.
Well, no, because the news will always tell you if you hit X amount of numbers, you should still check your
But I
ticket.
still have to pay attention to your point.
Yeah. How many winning lottery tickets go unclaimed? Because we only hear about the massive jackpots.
Right. Maybe a lot. Because
Can you-
people just figure, screw it.
Can you Google that?
Because people are lazy. I'm lazy.
Look, we do see those stories every once in a while where one's worth a couple $1 million
Yeah.
will come down to like the wire. Because what is it? Like you have a year from the date of the win to claim it?
Okay, so since 2018, more than $833 million worth of winning New York lottery tickets have expired because the winners failed to redeem them.
Did you say 800 million?
$833 million since 2018.
Oh my God!
It's almost $100 million.
That's so that's in 6 years.
But is that the whole country or is that New York State?
No, she just said New York State.
Yes, it says New York lottery
That's
tickets.
$100 million.
No, it's $833 million. She said
800. It's
33.
almost $100 million.
What are you hearing that I'm not hearing?
$800,000 just goes to
$833 million.
Then I said it goes to $100 million.
Oh, I thought you said close to $1 million. You said close to $1 million.
Oh.
No, it's 800.
This goes to $100 million.
It's 8 times $100 million. It's $833 million.
You're saying $100 million per year, you're saying?
No.
So it's close to $1 billion.
Look at me.
No, so it's close to $1 billion.
Yes.
Yeah. I didn't know.
Hey, by the way, you ain't so good either, man.
I was confused as to what you were hearing.
No, don't blame me for your stupidity.
This isn't even math. This
It's
listening
straight
to
up
words.
math.
No, she goes 833. Wow, close to $100 million. That was what you said.
Well, that's why I don't play the lottery.
Or read?
I ain't doing no reading, bro.
So if we break that down over 6 years, that's like 1.5.
That's $1 billion a year.
This article is written towards the end of last year.
So it
but
could be
still,
more.
Yeah.
So they probably added another $1 billion to it.
Oh my God.
So it could be
Shut
$200 billion.
Shut up. Where does that money go? Does it go back into the
Bro,
lottery?
it goes back
I think
to the
so.
state.
Well, they say that the lottery program is for education.
Boy, is that going smash up.
If the money isn't claimed, it'll join the massive other unclaimed ticket winnings, which ultimately goes towards funding public education throughout the state per site. Blah, blah, blah.
What a racket this is.
That's wow.
Yeah.
But I mean, they tried to give it away. The people didn't claim it.
Right.
What are you supposed to do? You don't give them your ID when you buy a lottery ticket. Hell, half the people we know that play lottery wouldn't give them their ID because the government's trying to track me. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. A $50,000 winning lottery ticket was purchased at the East Ave Wegmans on Wednesday. We're still waiting for somebody to claim it. And we just discovered that since 2018, almost $1 billion in lottery winnings just in the state of New York has gone unclaimed.
Look at that.
It's okay.
Pretty impressive.
There's no way that's just like $5 scratchers. There's not enough of those to get to $833 million. There have to be some like $50,000 tickets.
So we're going to probably attempt to do some math here, but it says
I'm good. I'm ready.
as of March of last year, there were about 5 million tickets worth $78 million that had been unclaimed.
And that was just in the last year.
Yes,
Okay.
but 5 million tickets. So that could be a lot of small winnings.
And how many million?
78 million.
So let's round
So
it
wait,
up to 80.
78 million?
Let's round it up to 80. So 5 million tickets into 80 million.
No.
5 goes in.
Damn near $1 billion.
Shut up. Stop talking. 5 goes into 40, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. 7. Does that mean it's an average of $70 a ticket that goes
Could be.
unclaimed? Okay. That's still pretty significant.
Right.
Did I do the math right? I feel like I didn't do the math right.
No, it's close to like $200 a ticket.
Shut your whore mouth.
If you round it up.
We're trying to figure this out.
So we're rounding it up to 80.
Yeah, this is right. There's no way we're not even doing 5 into 80 the right way, I don't think. Why is math so hard for this show? How did they put 3 people?
Because math sucks,
No,
man.
look, man.
It's not interesting.
I agree math
No,
sucks.
it's about $16.
No, that's impossible. 5 million into 80.
5 million.
No.
She went to college.
No. $80 million divided by 5 million.
Not 80 million.
Yes, that's
800
No,
million.
that was since.
No.
Shut up. I hate you so
No,
much.
80 million.
Yes.
Okay, so 80 million divided by 5 million
Yeah, how much?
equals 16.
So $16 a ticket.
That makes sense.
And that gets you to $1 billion.
Wait, then how did it? 5, 10. Oh, because I did 40,
Yeah.
not 80. How?
Dumb is this show.
No, but like think about this. There are 3 people in this room.
Yeah.
One with a college degree. The odds that they found the 3 worst math people in Rochester and put them together on one show.
It's pretty amazing.
Look, I'm not good at math, so I can't figure out the odds, but you understand what I'm saying.
Oh, it's got to be like 100 million to 1.
So it's $16 on average per ticket.
Yeah.
But we talked this morning about scratchers, that woman that's accused of stealing all the scratchers. If the majority of those are like $1, $2 scratch-off
it does
tickets,
make sense.
that would pull the average way down, which would indicate possibly there are $50,000 tickets that go unclaimed.
There could be some whoppers in there. Small whopper.
$50,000 is a lot.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a lot unless you're looking at those big payouts.
Well, yeah, but it's $50,000 you didn't have.
Yeah. Oh, no. Hey,
You're
man.
never going to get $50,000 in one chunk ever for the rest of. Have you ever gotten $50,000 in a chunk?
What
of
do
your
you
life?
think? How would I get it?
I don't know. How can you afford chiffon socks? Speaking imported from Italy, you bitch ass bitch. You didn't spend it on math tutoring. I know that.
No.
Wait a minute though.
What?
5 into 80.
There's a lot.
It's 10. No, it is 16.
Not 10. It'd be 50.
No, I was doing the math. 5 into 50 is
It'd be
10.
11.
Then comes 16. Then the 6. I literally have a headache right now.
Because you try to do math.
No,
And you do this to yourself all the time.
We should hire a break room math expert just to like add, subtract, and divide for
Just
us.
do Southern math. That's how I do.
You just shout out numbers.
Right, close enough.
Okay. There'll be no math this weekend.
No math?
Because St. Patrick drove the math out of Ireland all those years ago.
Hmm.
You got the parade, and we've been talking about the parade a little bit throughout the week, St. Patrick's Day on Sunday.
Yeah.
And I've been getting some disappointing Facebook messages.
What's going on?
Well, we were talking about going, I think it was on Monday, and I had said something along the lines of, like, everyone's welcome. Come on down.
Yeah.
You know, everyone have fun. And some people took issue with that. Because apparently you have to be all Irish to enjoy St. Patrick's Day.
Mm-hmm.
Which is weird because the way that we are today, especially in the greater Rochester area,
Yeah.
who the hell is all Irish? Who the hell is all
true.
anything?
Yeah.
But here's the thing, Tommy. When you say, hey, what are you?
Mm-hmm.
Your ethnic thing, somebody always has one answer to give.
Your go-to.
How do we get there?
Well, one usually trumps the other if you're a mix.
We'll figure it out. And we'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Rochester was once a city of ethnic neighborhoods. The Italians were over here, Irish were over there,
Yeah.
Jewish families, Eastern Europeans. I mean, everyone had their own streets and neighborhoods.
Pretty much.
Every one of those neighborhoods were one culture, one thing you could identify with.
Yeah.
But it's not that way anymore.
We're a melting pot. We blended.
Even though most people have one culture in their past that when they're asked, they say immediately.
Yeah.
So why is that?
You picked a cooler culture.
I think it's more complicated.
I don't know.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 9:30. It's Friday. You know what that means?
We're going to get a little creepy with the culture.
That's true.
Creep culture.
Creep cat. Creep cat coming at you. And also, one of the discount airlines may have made what was the smartest move in the history of commercial flight.
Oh, great.
We'll tell you what it is and what you can now purchase in flight.
Damn.
Just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. We'll start this discussion with St. Patrick's Day this weekend. Parade tomorrow, weather's going to be beautiful. Actual holiday on Sunday, and we've been talking about it throughout the week. And I think along the way, I had said something like, you don't have to be Irish to come down and have fun. All are welcome.
Come on down.
Well, apparently some folks took offense to that.
Wait, what?
Well, we got a bunch of messages throughout the week, and I'm not going to read them, but essentially saying, if you're not Irish, you shouldn't be out celebrating St. Patrick's Day. Okay, asses.
All right. The 1930s?
I guess. I don't know. But what's interesting is some of those folks who wrote that, dudes, don't have Irish last names on their Facebook pages.
Oh.
Okay.
Which means, like most people, if they are Irish but they don't have an Irish last name,
prove it.
Well, but there's a combination. Kimmy, they could be Irish, but
Right,
yeah. They could be half Irish.
Obviously, nobody's unless you're from Ireland. You know, there's probably some other stuff mixed in.
And it made me laugh because one guy with an obviously Italian last name wrote a guy named Patrick Michael Duffy to tell me I was doing Irish wrong. Phone number's 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We'll start here in the room.
All right.
Tommy, what ethnicity do you identify with?
Italian.
But you're not just Italian.
No, my mother was Dutch.
So you are Italian and
Dutch. And who wants to be Dutch?
I find Dutch more interesting than Italian only because I grew up
I don't
in
even know what
Gates.
Dutch looks like. Italians have a look.
It's not good, I'll tell you that.
What are you talking about? Some of the most beautiful people in the world, Italian.
No, I meant the Dutch. And actually, the Dutch are, I would argue, more beautiful, but you're
But
somehow
kind of
dragging down both averages.
You
You look like a used wooden shoe.
He looks like he could wear wooden shoes, though.
I think we've seen him wear wooden shoes.
Yeah, you make fun of them all the time.
What you were saying, I'm sorry.
No, but I mean, Dutch, you can't put your finger on it.
Well, no, that one
People
kid
from
did
Holland?
in Dam, and that's what kept the place.
And that was like 1,000 years ago. That's all you ever did. Like Italian,
you
you see,
haven't
you say
been-
it, you
Oh,
have
go
an image of it being
Yeah.
Italian, of Italy, Italian food, Italian restaurants. If you tell somebody, yeah, straight up Dutch, man.
Okay.
Well, I wouldn't even know what that is.
I would actually be more apt to ask questions.
Because you'd have to, because you can't put your head around
Yeah,
it.
but I find that interesting. Okay, but
Yeah, but you're like a history nerd.
I'm not. So are you, you dork. You take pictures of bridges.
Well, there's a lot in Amsterdam, a lot of water.
So you
And
picked.
hookers.
You go with Sicilian Italian because you think it's cooler.
It's way cooler. It has an aisle.
Okay.
It has a style.
You
Italian
mean an
soup.
aisle like at the grocery store, not like in the water.
No,
The
both.
Isle of Italy.
Well, they got you Sicily. That's an island.
Kimmy, you're
Yeah.
a mix of a whole bunch of different stuff.
On my dad's side, yeah.
But
So
like-
my mom's like straight up Italian, long line of Costanzos, Lasardos, Volpes.
Damn, that's
it's all,
Italian.
yeah, it's all
Uglios.
you go down the line.
Uglios. Isn't that what your mother fed you for breakfast every day? Which is what led us to this point.
It's all Italian, straight up. My dad's side is where it gets a little, like the story's changed a lot
Oh.
of times.
Okay.
To the point where we just recently found out that our last, recently and within the last 10 years, found out our last name is actually Swedish. I'm pretty sure I did a school project as a little kid saying my dad's side was from like Norway or something.
but you were
like,
close.
Like I said, they've changed the story so many times until Ancestry.com and all that stuff became more available to people. They were going on a whole different story.
But Kimmy, if someone were to ask you what are you, you would say.
I guess I would you go with your last name, so
Okay.
it's Swedish.
Okay, so you would say Swedish.
And you're tall
Yeah.
and blonde, and that would make sense. You don't see many tall, blonde Italians. What?
No, I'm not going to. I'm Irish. I'm not saying nothing.
I can't say she's tall and blonde.
No, I
Well,
didn't
no,
say
it was-
nothing.
I don't know if you
Yeah,
were taking a shot at Italians.
Yeah, or
yeah.
the blonde, or the ladies, or I mean,
it was a nice. It was just an observation.
It was great working with you, man.
I wasn't creepy.
Tommy Muley, 30 years in the business, ladies and gentlemen. Walk him off. Give a round of applause. All this stuff in a cardboard box, awards sticking out of it.
Joke's on you. I got nothing.
Look, most people, especially in Rochester, are a mix of a bunch of different cultures.
Right. But you go with your fun.
But that's just it. When you ask someone, what are you, which is also interesting, that is still a completely socially acceptable question in the greater Rochester area. No one ever takes offense to that question. I would not be offended by that question. But it's an unnecessary question that could lead to some potential issues.
All right.
But when you ask someone, well, what are you? What last name is that? They'll just give you a single answer. So your argument is, Tommy, the culture that is the coolest.
Yes.
Which I find weird because every ethnic background has some really interesting stuff going on.
But you probably don't know it because it's never been brought out.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
But I would rather be the person that wants to be like, oh, no, this is what we do, than have because like you think that all Irish are a bunch of drunken loud asses, as I try to fight this stereotype every day on the air.
Yes, and you're doing a bang-up job.
But like it sucks because that's a negative stereotype, which is going to be exacerbated by non-Irish people tomorrow running around the bars, right? If I don't know anything about your culture, I can't judge your culture. Like I don't know anything about the Dutch. Who hates the Dutch?
And I'm surprised like you wouldn't be more curious about that side, because you don't know much about it.
Yeah. It just doesn't sound exciting.
Okay.
Like you didn't during the war. What'd you do in World War II? You got the Italians, the Germans.
Well, yeah, but I don't know.
French, the English.
Talking about World War II. I don't know if I want to go with the Italians.
No, but I'm saying,
proud military World War II.
But at least they were in it. You know what I mean?
That's not a good take.
No, but the Dutch.
At least they were in it.
Like if you're a country that just constantly gets invaded and pushed around, I don't want to be that country.
Again.
Like I don't want to be Belgium.
Okay.
Like Belgium gets attacked by the same direction like for 1,000 years, they act surprised every time.
Can I ask a question?
What?
If someone is from Belgium, what do you call them? Belgish?
That's a great question.
Belgium?
Belgians.
Belgerano?
And I think they're called Belgians.
I don't think so. I've never heard that before. Okay, so your argument, what do we got, Kimmy?
Dutch.
Flemish? Oh,
Dutch.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so you're...
I'm sorry, Belgian? Hold on.
Oh, wait.
It's giving me
Belgium.
It's giving me multiple
Belgian waffles. We're the stupidest show in the history of radio. We both looked at each other and go, what do you call people
All right,
from Belgium?
hold on. No, now if you're Belgian, you get a cool waffle that I don't order because I don't know. I never see it on the menu.
I guess like there's multiple names. So,
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So you argue it's the cooler one.
Mm-hmm.
I would make the argument it's the culture you're exposed to more when you're a kid.
All right.
What food you had in the house growing up, which holidays you celebrated.
What church you went to would be a big one, too.
Exactly. Like, I mean, there are churches, Irish Catholic, Greek Orthodox, the Italian Catholic churches that you see around. Like, it does feel like one parent takes over as, like, the family historian when you're younger.
Okay.
Right? Because you were Italian on your dad's side?
Yes.
And Dutch on your mother's side.
Right.
And your father had a big personality.
And we lived around only his side of the family.
Okay, so you were exposed to nothing but Italian.
Right.
So you identify with Italian.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is it as simple as what you end up being the most of? Like what percentage you are the most of? Because, like, okay, personally, I am really interested to see how my daughters end up seeing themselves because my wife is Jamaican and German, and I am almost 100% Irish with a tiny Polish bit in there. My daughters are majority Irish, but they don't look Irish.
No.
They've been exposed to a ton of Jamaican history and tradition. They've been exposed to a ton of Irish history and tradition. Both of them have really cool root stories and traditions that we participate in on both sides. Like when they're adults and they ask my daughters, what are you? What is their answer going to be?
I bet you they go Jamaican.
Why do you say that?
It's cooler.
What?
It's
But
cooler.
isn't
Jamaica's
going,
cool.
Isn't the
Bob Marley's pretty cool. What do you got? Bono.
You
No, you go
I don't
Barlow.
like you too. Let's not bring up Bono.
See, you got you. So those are your two icons.
No, it's not. There's what?
Your two biggest icons that your children are gonna know are Bono and Bob Marley.
I don't think my kids have any idea who Bono is because I don't play YouTube.
But they know Bob Marley.
Okay, go ahead, Kimmy.
I think it's easy to revert to what your last name is because it's easier to explain to people. Whereas if I told people I'm more Italian than anything, they'd be like, well, then why Burnson? What is that? That's not Italian. So it was just easier to say what my last name was, just so you didn't have to go through the whole explanation.
Okay, but like my daughter's last name is one of the most Irish last
That's
names.
that's what I'm saying.
And they're mixed race girls. So
Yeah.
like what?
So maybe they will stay with the Irish.
I don't know. Well, but then again, like if they end up getting married, like their last name could change. So Duffy's gone.
Right.
So with that, the Irish dust that has been upon them their whole lives.
Then you jump over to the islands. You go back to Jamaica.
Okay, so what? You're switching back and forth throughout life. I feel like once you haven't established what my culture is, you
Well,
stick
it's not
with
like
that forever.
rooting for the Bills, man. You can move it around.
I don't know, man. Based on the Facebook messages that started this whole thing off, again, when we were talking about St. Patrick's Day this week, we got a bunch of Facebook messages from people when I had said, everybody come out and have fun. You gotta be Irish. You gotta be Irish to go celebrate St. Patrick's Day. One of those came from an Italian guy last name, right? But like, what do you identify with? What is your thing? Like, these people writing me, Tommy, were like, they were writing me like, you can't change your football team.
Yeah.
If you're a Bills fan, you're a Bills fan. You don't be a bandwagon, ethnic background guy.
And you may go with a more successful parent.
Okay. Why? Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you think that has anything to do with it?
Good. You look up to the more successful parent.
Or which grandparents you spent more time with. I wonder if that has something to do with it too.
Because they'll pound that stuff into your head.
Because I grew up with like my great grandpa was from Italy. Like I was kind of exposed more to that culture. I don't know
dying
anything
to meet that guy.
about.
Can you imagine her having an Italian grandfather? Seriously,
No, I can't.
You do not look like you have an Italian.
I know.
grandfather.
That's what I'm saying. You wouldn't know.
You are dressed like an old man from one of the Godfather movies with the glasses and the sweater, but no, I cannot imagine you having.
Same in the chin. Nothing underneath.
So I knew my grandparents and my great grandparents on my mom's side better than I did my dad's side because they weren't around.
Yeah.
So obviously, like that culture, and maybe you identify more with based on what they taught you.
Well, because they're going to want to tell you about the old country, no matter how far from the old country they are.
Yeah, it's all BS.
By the way,
They always want to tell you how beautiful it is, even though we left. Like that used to be the greatest thing. My grandparents. I only had my grandmother.
Sure.
How beautiful all the things that they had that they ran away from to get here.
Sometimes you have to leave. You have no choice.
Bro, they didn't have squat.
Okay.
Man. They had probably one Italian donkey. They rode it into the beach and then took off.
The donkey swam all the way to America? Okay.
Died.
I'm glad you brought
You're the donkey lover in the room.
That's a terrible way to talk about his mother. Look, Kimmy, I'm glad you brought up grandparents because when it comes to culture and ethnic stuff, grandparents can get very testy because they're almost like trying to pull your kids.
Oh yeah,
towards,
it's a battle.
Yes, like my old man, his old man, all about our Irish heritage. My father-in-law was born on the island and lived in Jamaica.
But he
in
looks
his 20s.
the part.
Well, yeah, no, you do not find a more Jamaican-looking man
Yeah,
than my
like
father.
you know what this guy's doing as soon as he walks in the room.
But like I've noticed, there's kind of like a fight between their grandparents.
The battle.
Yeah, for which part of the family is going to be the one that sticks with my girls. Did you have that as a kid?
Oh yeah. Well, kind of. I only had one side.
Exactly. So you guys are kind of
Yeah.
Like my brother married an Italian girl, right?
Yeah.
So his daughters are Italian and Irish, and they do the Sunday sauce and big time Italian heritage. But they're going to be out at the parade, and I know my dad is trying to like jam that Irish stuff. So like,
But I think that's going away. I think the next generation is probably going to be so
The further you separate yourself.
homogenized. Is that the right word?
Sure.
That you're going to be so many moving parts to people.
Yeah.
That it's not going to matter, and people don't care. Like I know, like my nieces.
Okay.
Do not care about stories about the old family. Like they just tune it. My one niece will go when my brother and I start talking. She'll just like yawn and go, "This is boring. Nobody cares about what happened 100 years ago."
Okay, but counterpoint: if that's the case, why has Ancestry.com and all those things become so wildly popular?
And I get not
I think
really,
it was my generation.
No, I think as a kid you might not
We love
be
to spit.
interested in it. I think you do reach an age
We
though.
love to spit,
Yeah.
not your mom.
We drool, we spit. Ancestry is very easy for us. We didn't just swab our face.
You were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry.
I can understand not really being interested in it when you're a kid. I do think you reach a point though in your life where you do get a little bit curious about the people that came before you, right? I think
my
it's more
brother-
an age thing than a generational thing.
My oldest brother, is deep into this stuff.
Okay.
He's like, and even he kind of like forgets a lot of it.
Okay.
And I'm sure I forget a lot of it too. But I'm really good at remembering the stuff that sucked. And he gets pissed off when I go, Jerry, you got to be kidding me, man. And that guy was an ass.
The guy still takes a lot of pride.
Super amount of pride.
I don't think there's anything wrong with taking pride in your ancestors.
No, I mean, it's taking pride in something you had nothing to do. You just showed up.
But that's everybody. Everybody just shows up.
But my old man was like big with. My father would claim Italian when things that weren't Italian. If it had a vowel or a Z in it, he'd go, "Oh, that's an Italian, right? The Italian made that." Did I ever tell you a story about Donzi boats? My father, there's a speedboat called Donzi. My father said, yeah, Italians make speedboat, the best speedboats in the world. Guy is not Italian.
Yeah.
That was his nickname at a diner that he decided to put on the boat. He invented Donzi.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Teddy. Hey, Teddy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Duffy, I have a question for you. You
See,
said
I can
you
hear
were
the
a
southern tier in your
father-in-law.
voice.
Teddy, you were saying, buddy. I'm sorry.
Did you? What I heard is your father-in-law is from Jamaica.
Yes, he is.
Okay. Question for you: have you ever taken your kid to where he came from?
No. So actually,
I think that's
he won't let us because it's so dangerous. And this is his words, not mine. Like when Teddy, when he goes back, he won't tell people because he's afraid that there are some bad actors. Where he grew up in a really rough spot. Really rough spot.
Oh no, I know.
Yeah.
I understand. Actually, that is very important because you have to know where you've been. Like I just took my kids 10 years ago with two of his best friends, and then I tell him, look at it, all those family you live where I came from, and then look at what we have here. Stop complaining. That's very important.
Could you just do that with Google? Instead of taking a trip all the way to Indonesia?
Well, no, I think you need to experience it. I think Teddy's absolutely
Makes it very
right.
real. Yeah.
Look,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
They would turn 180 degrees.
Just show them the west side. Same thing.
No, Teddy, I would
Shut
love.
the hell up, Tommy. Oh, my God. You don't even have a kid.
Teddy, I would love to give my kids that experience. I would.
You can't.
But I'm going to trust my father-in-law who lived there and still has family back there when he says, you don't go.
No, you don't have to go back where he came from. Like, you can bring, like, Dawnfall or Kingston, where those places, like, nice place, but when they take a ride or where the remote area, so they can see actually outside the wall.
You know where you take them?
Where's that?
You know what?
Where?
Take them to Ireland. Show them the rough parts of Ireland.
There
There's
we
parts
go.
of Ireland that only have one soccer team.
Hey, Teddy, let me ask you, are your kids all one culture?
No, my wife is Italian.
Okay, so...
How you doing, Tommy?
So, Teddy, your kids, now that they're they're grown, like, which side do they identify with more?
Actually, it's just mixed. Actually, it's actually my grandkid. This is look more like Italian.
Okay.
That'd be a good-looking family.
You know.
No, you take Indonesian, you take Italian.
Tommy.
Indo-Italian you talking about?
Indo-Italian. It's probably a good-looking people.
Yeah, you want to see it? I send it to you. The picture.
Bro, you got to get a picture
Hey,
of
Tommy,
his dog.
real quick. Tommy, you said your parents from Dutch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you speak Dutch?
Yeah. Speaking Dutch right now. No,
Listen,
I don't speak
hey,
Dutch. I don't speak
Deutsch.
Italian.
No, you not even copy speak Italian.
Teddy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. There goes
I
Teddy.
think you stepped on Teddy's punchline.
I'm sorry.
Talking about the grandfather thing again, right? Like, old rivalries can die hard.
Oh, sure.
Like, as we talk about what ethnicity you identify with, even though everybody's a mix of everything right now. Like, when Rochester was broken down by ethnic neighborhoods, and it wasn't all that long ago. It was the 40s, 50s, 60s.
Yeah.
Some kids didn't get along.
Right.
My grandpa always had problems with the Italian kids growing up, and even into my childhood was very vocal about it, which was funny because I grew up in Gates, which was the Italian capital of the universe. And if anything Italian came up, my grandfather would lose his mind.
Yeah.
He hated those kids that lived right on the border of where he...
But he was taught that.
Yeah. Well,
and they were all taught that.
Yeah. But it was funny, like, yeah, those damn Italians, and then I'd go play with,
Yeah.
the Vincellis. So to loop it all back around for the beginning of this conversation, with these folks that wrote us saying you have to be Irish to celebrate St. Patrick's Day, how Irish do you think you have to be? And are you sure you're the amount of Irish you think you are? Do you have an Irish name? Do you have to be the palest person on the planet? Do you have to be able to rip off stories of old Irish history and the plight of our people?
Can you sing?
What
if you can't sing, you ain't Irish. Y'all sing.
We like singing.
And you had to sing depressing ass songs about having nothing.
I am going to see one of those bands tomorrow, and I'm very excited.
What are you seeing?
Well, I don't want to say because I'm not.
He doesn't want to reveal his secret spot.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
All right. But all those busted Irish bands will be out.
Oh, for God's sakes, man.
Where the shenanigans?
But if you're going to enjoy the music, now's the time. Get it all out of your system.
With double cream ale.
I tried to put on the Pogues on the way to hockey last night, and my 13-year-old got like angry with
What's
me.
like the biggest like modern
From Ireland or
yeah.
Irish music?
Outside of like U2.
Like Dropkick Murphys sing Irish music, but they're American.
Because they come around once in a while.
Yeah, no, they're big. They're big. Look, if you want to start making up rules about who can be part of your cultural fun, you make it looked down upon by someone who is more of that culture than you are.
You could run into some straight up.
Yeah, and if you want to be one of those dicks this weekend that's like, oh, you're not Irish enough. Well, when someone that's more Irish than you comes around, guess what? Based on your rules, they're your boss.
Okay.
Your big old Irish boss.
Bend over your big Irish ass.
All right, it's Friday. You know what that means?
I think it just started.
You did. It's a creep cap coming at you. And it took a discount airline to come up with what might be the most brilliant thing you can buy getting on a plane. Because you want your space, right?
Yeah.
Well, now you can have it.
Damn.
We'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This is brilliant.
What happened?
It might be a game changer in flight. And who would have thought it was going to come from one of your most economic airlines you can fly?
Cool.
Because if you're someone who wants space on an airplane, and who doesn't, you cannot pay for it.
Nice.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, you can log on to the WCMF.com contest page. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see John Anderson and the Band Geeks. Yes, Epics, Classics, and more. That tour is coming June 3rd to the Kodak Center. Tickets go on sale in exactly 21 minutes at Ticketmaster.com. We'll get to how you're going to make yourself more comfortable in a plane in a second.
But
it is Friday. All the grossest, ickiest, yuck. Tommy said all week long.
It's my gift to you.
It's a creep cap. Careful unwrapping it. Happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it. Because I would have the pizza almost right next to my lube. Like, if I didn't look where my hand was going, I was going to pepperoni my dong. My penis was going to look like an Italian road cone. She got a bastard nipple. I gave it a little nibble. I hope I don't end up in hell. We gave you BBs and porn.
BBs and porn.
BBs and porn. Well, you went a rough pull, do you?
Yeah, I love rough
why don't you come down to the men's room? I got it in a kiosk. It's St. Tommy's rough pull.
Shut up.
A rough pull your mouth.
Shut up.
I'll give it a wee shanking.
Man, I really remember the big-ass muffins.
Wait, your mom worked there?
Who will punch you in your face. No, she couldn't. Mama couldn't afford a job at Perkins.
Mama can't work at no Perkins. Nobody's going to be stuffing that muffin. Shriveled up Irish boobies. They're going to look like the last two potatoes left during the famine. Hanging out with the little green nippers. And that's going to mess that child up.
Little Green Nippers was my favorite song from the Big Bopper back in the 50s.
Hello, baby. Those green nippers.
252 WCMF.
Will I what?
What exotic seafood did you eat at your house this weekend?
What's in season?
Did not see your mother all weekend. You like ball hockey?
I love ball hockey.
Oh, my God. Why didn't you tell me?
Why? What are you thinking?
I got a little kiosk in my little arena.
Wait, you got an arena? Where's the arena?
You got a kiosk in an arena.
Yeah, I have the arena and I have a little kiosk in the arena. It's called Coach Uncle Tommy's Old-Timey Ball Hockey in Your Mouth Salt.
Shut up! Why is there sauce involved?
Even
Ryan is yelling, this is a horrible joke as you're trying to deliver.
It's so good to be a creep.
The only show in Rochester where one of the highlights is our listeners yelling at a man
This is
delivering a
horrible.
punchline.
Stop it.
This joke sucks. It's a creep cap on CMF. So Frontier Airlines, they fly out of the Greater Rochester International
Yeah, and they're cheapo.
Airport. Yeah, it's a bargain airline. They may have come up with the greatest idea in flight history.
So how are they pulling this off?
All right, well, look, man, everybody wants a little more space on an airplane,
Right.
but who the hell can afford first class?
Mhm.
And if I'm not mistaken, Frontier Airlines does not have a first class.
No.
But now, if you want space on a Frontier Airlines flight, you can pay for a middle seat where they promise no one will sit next to you.
Oh, so you get the whole row.
You get your own row. So
Man, that's going to cost because they're losing two seats.
It's called Upfront Plus. So not it's only available in the first two rows of the plane. So I guess it would be.
Oh, so if you get that bulkhead, that is nice because then you got a lot of leg space.
Yeah, you got it. But so I guess this would be their version of first class. But it's your own row for the entire flight. And when it comes to cost, it may not be as bad as you think.
Yeah, what's the uptick?
So the introductory rate, and this just could be the rolling out, $49 each way on top of your normal ticket
I
price.
get a row?
Yeah. So
I'm taking it.
So it'll be an additional $100 on a round trip flight.
Man, you got a long flight?
I don't know how long Frontier goes though. I mean, I don't know if you're taking Frontier to like Chicago or San Diego.
I thought they were all over the country.
No, I'm saying don't the bargain airlines usually do a lot of layovers? That's how they save money.
Oh, so you would have to pay.
That I don't know. I don't know about that. We'd have to look into that.
But that sounds worth it, especially for like big people.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not just talking. Well, you wide ass and you long ass. Okay, so like your old man.
Yeah.
He needs a space.
Yeah.
And you're long legged.
Yeah.
So this would work for y'all.
Yeah, but what are Kenny and her husband going to sit across the plate?
Well,
from
that's
each
what I was
other?
going to say.
No, but they would
it
get
would
the row
just be
for
worth it just to
themselves.
have like an extra seat. Like if both of you had a row together, that would
But
be
then
worth
you got
it.
a seat in the middle free.
Yeah.
Okay.
Put all your crap in your
Yeah.
ass. You're good.
I don't know how that would work because it sounds like this is for people that are flying by themselves.
Well,
Right?
if you're a big old solo flyer, like if you're a fat businessman, right?
Yeah.
Big old fat businessman.
Uh-huh.
This is you.
So I know like there are people that will pay to upgrade to the exit row seats.
The wing and all that.
Yeah, but that comes with some responsibility.
And,
too.
not everybody
and after
can
all
do
the doors flying off planes lately, I'm probably
I
out
ain't
on
sitting
that.
there ever again. But it's funny when they're like, "Hey, can you handle the responsibility?" Look, if I got to open up the emergency thing, I feel like we're all going to die anyways.
If you're heavy set, you can't sit in that row, and if you're old, you can't sit in that row.
Why did you try and they told you no?
No, but I saw a fat guy that went back there and moved. By himself, and the stewardess went and got him and said, "You can't sit there."
Oh no!
And you got to. She marched his fat ass back up to his seat.
Well, yeah, I think that wasn't because he was heavy. That's just because you can't sit there unless that's your seat.
No, he couldn't sit there because of his girth. Because people got to get over your ass to get out of the goddamn plane.
Is that
if
what
you're
you said?
fat, how you getting out?
Did you make this up in your?
Well,
head?
No,
that
you're a
wasn't
piece
his
of human
seat, though.
cholesterol. If you're fat. There's a weight limit to that. I'm telling you, man.
100% just made
Maybe
that up.
there is, but that's not
You
a
can't
good
be
example.
okay. I got to get out of the plane.
Yeah.
Oh my God, there's fat ass businessman sitting there with his bag of pork rinds, and I'm trying to get out of the goddamn
He
plane.
would also be getting out of the goddamn plane.
He can't because he's so fat.
So he's just going to sit there?
He's going to get stuck.
Oh, my God.
He can't take that goddamn slide.
252 WCMF.
You don't take care of your business.
252-9263. Frontier Airlines is offering now what they're calling Front Row Plus. And essentially,
Because your ass is plus.
You're able to buy an entire row of the first two rows of the plane for $49 each way, additional to your plane ticket.
So now you're a wide glide.
So here's the thing. This sounds brilliant.
Yeah.
And it may be on Frontier's part. This idea is very unique. However, there is one fly in the ointment.
What's that?
Frontier is a budget airline, right? It's like one of these no-frills, pay-for-what-you-actually want carriers. If I'm taking a budget airline, do I have the money to, or am I going to want to pay an extra $100 for the space? Because you're right. If this is like a flight where I'm flying United or Delta or JetBlue, sure, what's an extra $100 on a $300, $400, $500 plane ticket? But if I'm going, $80 each way, I could be doubling the cost of my plane ticket to have space. Now, granted, it would be less than what you would charge with a regular carrier, but they're.
But if you got a long flight, if you got that hour, 2 hour, 3 hour flight. Man, it would be so because that's like the perfect price you'd pay for your comfort. For let's say you got a 2 hour flight.
Sure.
And 2 hours of comfort.
How empty are these flights where they're offering whole seats for $49?
It doesn't sound good.
I mean, that's $25 a seat.
Right. And they're losing 2 seats.
Yeah. But then again, I guess you're making money on seats that wouldn't have been sold anyway, which is, I mean, it's a unique idea.
Yeah. And what if, I guess it must be first come, first serve.
That's what it
Because I would
sounds
think
like.
a lot of people may want to take advantage.
Yeah. I mean, I've never flown Frontier. I know that there are people. What's the one that is Spirit? Everybody loves or hates Spirit.
Yes.
And Spirit Airlines is tighter than normal planes, which I don't know how that's possible.
I think they added seats to the plane where they shrunk the leg room.
Is Frontier similar to that? Because if that's the case, okay, I'll pay the $100.
Yeah.
But I don't know how they're doing this. If we're getting bigger as people.
Oh my God! Will you let it go?
Will
you let it go?
How are we shoehorning these people into these seats?
Well, so did you see? I saw this online, and it's been circulating in the last couple of years. There's a company that's designed stand-up plane seats to jam even more people in. Have you seen this?
Like on a subway?
So essentially, it's a backrest with a little nub between your legs, and it allows you to take a little pressure off your feet and legs. But you're essentially standing, and it's one of the diagrams I saw. It was 2 rows, one on top of the other, you would climb up a set of stairs to get to yours.
You are busted standing flight. Oh God!
It looked a little claustrophobic.
It'd
to
be
me,
weird
you know what
too.
I mean?
You saw that?
I did, and that was my biggest thing. Wasn't so much the standing; it was the other seats, right here in your face. And I'm not claustrophobic, but I think being in an airplane in that situation might really bother me.
And it has to feel weird standing up, taking off.
Oh yeah, you're right.
And also landing as you're coming down. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I know what you mean.
Yeah,
but,
I couldn't do it.
But you say busted, but air travel can be ridiculously expensive.
It's crazy.
If there are some places you have to go, I mean, you got to spend $1,000. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Family member dies, somebody's graduating, birth of a kid. It's a $1,000 fee.
Yeah, and they throw it at you.
And there's things falling off the plane. We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing Monday next in the break room on CMF. That's going to be a Rapperoo.
Howdy, old Friday Rapperoo to the big weekend with all the shenanigans downtown.
I wasn't looking at you when you did that, and you made me jump out of my seat. For Friday, the break room on CMF. Everybody, if you're headed down the parade tomorrow, if you're headed out Sunday to go have fun, be safe.
Yes, be careful and watch your intake. All right?
Or have fun.
Know your limits.
You're going to tell people to know their limits. Shut up.
And watch your belongings, watch your surroundings.
What are you talking about?
Watch your mouth.
What are you talking about?
Be careful.
Okay. All right. If you're headed down tomorrow, I'll probably end up seeing you because I'm going to be everywhere. I'm going to touch everybody.
Are you both going down? Oh, no.
You've asked her 5 times.
I forgot. She's working.
The RIT Tigers in the second round of their conference playoffs, so they're skating this weekend.
Oh, so nobody's going to go to the parade then.
Your Buffalo Sabres skate live tomorrow, 12:30 in the afternoon against the Detroit Red Wings. Huge game.
Come on.
A win could put them a point out of a playoff spot with like 13 games to go.
Yeah, that's it.
Right there, baby. It's a big weekend for everybody.
It's so exciting.
All right, so have fun and be safe. And we will see you back here Monday morning here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy?
Yep.
The world's biggest hockey fan will be out at the Gene Policini Center this weekend.
Sure will.
For Tommy Muley, whose wife will tell him what he has to do when he gets home because he says he has no plans, but that's never the case. My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you Monday morning here in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.